Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the second chapter of this book, Mantra and Yantra, by Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. Great book so far, I must say. Absolutely. So greetings to everyone currently in the chat. Goldie Lion 144, peace, peace. Cloud Rider, peace, peace. So essentially what we are dealing with here is the science of vibration and using vibration to connect with undifferentiated consciousness, to connect with the higher state of mind. As of now, we find our experience extremely limited. We're extremely limited in numerous ways, but primarily we're limited by the five senses. We're limited to the data that we receive from our five senses. And what our soul yearns for is union with the highest aspect of self. And the way that we do that is through using the science of vibration. In this particular case, we're talking about the science of mantra. And next week, we're going to talk about the science of yantra. I think the good Swami put it very well here on page 25. The sentence says, mantras are vibrations which influence the elements. So plain and simple, mantras are vibrations that influence the elements. So what we learned from this chapter is that mantras are more than just words that are repeated to make you feel good. They're more than words that are repeated, just to give you an idea. Mantras are actually vibrations that influence the elements. Now, everything is created out of the five elements. In particular, we know that these five elements shown here especially are earth, fire, air, water, and akasha, right? The square is called prithvi, which is earth. The moon shape represents the water element, apas. The triangle represents the fire element, tejas, also known as agni. The circle represents the air element, and the egg in the center represents akasha, right? So what we're looking at here, this could be looked at as a representation of the seed, right? The stem cell. Like, imagine that everything in creation is composed of this. And depending on what is actually manifested is to what degree what element is manifested. So if something is more dense and more solid, it's got more of the earth element to it. If something has more of the watery qualities, then it's got more of the water element. So everything within existence is composed of a combination of these five elements. What makes them different is the level and the rate of vibration that they operate at. So we know even from science that something that is more dense, more solid, and more heavy is vibrating a lot slower than something like air. Air is more free. Air is not bound as much to space as earth is, or as water is, or even fire. Even fire has its limitations, but air does not have limitations. And if you go up to the next level, which is akasha, akasha has even less limitations. So those limitations are imposed due to the rate of vibration, the frequency of vibration. So what Swami Niranjan Ananda said on page 25 was mantras are vibrations which influence the elements. So if everything is composed of these elements, these mantras represent vibrations that can change, alter, and influence these elements. And it isn't so far-fetched, because even our thoughts are vibrations, right? And our thoughts change our bodies, right? Depending on how you feel and what you dwell on, that has a direct effect on your physical body, does it not? Zaire Anu, peace, brother, peace. ZG, CG, peace, peace. Vincent L. Crystal, peace. Cloud Rider asks a great question. He says, so is there no vibration in the higher state of consciousness? Absolutely. There is no vibration in the higher state of consciousness. In the highest state of consciousness, it is complete stillness. Complete stillness. Vibration takes place at the lower levels, right? Caesar, peace, peace. So even though a lot of this can sound kind of, you know, big and hocus pocus, it's really simple science. It's simple science. Now, the thing about these mantras is that as he listed in this chapter, there's actually 3 levels of mantra, right? Um, you've got the lower level, excuse me, you've got the slower vibrating mantra, the medium range, and then the higher range. Now, in the category of the lower range mantras, these are known as bij mantras, seed sounds. And essentially, these seed sounds could be the most potent in reference to how direct the influence is. Now, these seed mantras, they aren't actually words, they are the pure vibration. So, what we get with these seed mantras are the same mantras for the elements. For example, well, not this one, but we've got the earth element. The seed mantra for this is Lam. The seed mantra for the water element is Vam. The seed mantra for the fire element is Ram. The seed mantra for the air element is Yam. And the seed mantra for the Akasha element is Ham. And what the, the way that these are described is these different seers, these different yogis, these different spiritual scientists and seekers purified themselves to the level of being able to raise their consciousness just beyond the limitations of this physical manifestation. And what they began to see outside were patterns, frequencies that didn't have a beginning or an end, right? Now, these same frequencies that don't have a beginning or an end have an influence on the manifested plane. As a matter of fact, they're called seed sounds because they cause the change in the lower dimensions. Just like a acorn seed has the potential for an acorn tree, which means it has the potential for the bark, the potential for the leaves, the potential for other seeds. An acorn seed has the potential for the size, right? All these different potentialities exist within the seed. The same way that these seed mantras have certain potentialities that have specific effects if they are planted in fertile soil, right? The acorn tree drops all kinds of seeds, but if it doesn't find the right soil, it's not going to become anything, but the potential is still there. Likewise, with these bij mantras, the potential to cause massive change is present in these seeds. I've talked before about the mantra that's known as Kleem. Kleem is represented as a bij mantra. Kleem is a magnetic mantra. It attracts. It has the potentiality to hold things together, to draw them in, right? It doesn't specifically say it's going to bring you money. It doesn't specifically say it's going to attract women or men, but these are expressions of that essence. Now, here's what's going on. That seed mantra represents a pure vibration of a specific type. When you, within the material plane, tap into that vibration and you really connect with it on a deep level, then that seed is now planted in your experience and it's going to bear fruit if it's continually watered. Make sense? So when I say connect with that mantra, what I actually mean is when you go into a state of union with that vibration that I'm talking about, because keep in mind, again, like I said, it's not about the words, it's not about it being translated into English. It represents a pure vibration. Vam, that's a vibration that you're connecting with as you let it resonate in your throat, as you let it resonate in your mind and your heart. When you're able to transfer your awareness from your body and into that vibration, you connect with it. That's you connecting with that seed. And once you connect with it, like I said, that's like planting that seed in fertile soil. Given the proper conditions, it begins to bear fruit. Al Dickey, peace, bro, peace. Dreamwise, peace and welcome. Peace to the God. He says, are we talking about beyond the tree of life? I would say this is still within the tree of life. Using these mantras, this is really tapping into the successive levels of Yasad and then Tiferet and then above. Um, but truly, if we're talking about the Bij mantras, then I would say that these are probably in the realm of roughly Kether down to probably Chesed, around that area, because that area really represents the causal triangle, the causal triad. Good question. Yeah, so I would say the Bij mantras would definitely relate to the top half of the tree, because that's where the seeds of life come from. The seeds of the tree of life come from Kether. But again, the key thing that I said is that those specific yogis and spiritual seekers, they purified themselves to the level to even be able to perceive that range. See, when we're very dense and very gross and very tuned into to the five senses only, not only just tuned into the five senses, but we're also under extreme karma of our memory. When we're locked into that experience, it's damn near impossible to intentionally connect to that higher level of the tree. Now, when I say heavy karma, what I'm talking about is all the things that make up your personality and all the things that make up your good luck and your bad luck, right? Because what we're talking about is the things that happened to you as a child that shaped you, the trauma experience, the good experiences, everything that had any type of influence on how you think and behave, that qualifies as karma. Because again, those are even seeds that cause an effect. And if you don't neutralize the influence of those memories, then everything you do will be colored and filtered by those memories. Who loves orange soda? Peace, bro. Society ejects. Peace, peace. Good to see you. Picking up 11 on my way home. Right on, right on. Nuru, greetings, greetings. It is a good day. I hope you're having a good day as well. So another important thing about these mantras is that it behooves us to keep in mind that there's two levels to these things, right? There's two levels to these things. There is the transcendental level, and then there's the gross level. Just like working with spirits, just like working with any type of energy, any type of vibration, there's the transcendental level, and then there's the gross level. Now, the gross level really depends on, like I said, when you're in that state that you are heavily influenced by your past, by your karmas, by your memory, by your personality, by your ego attachments. When you're heavily affected by those, then when you plant that seed in the soil, it is going to bear fruit, but it's going to be heavily influenced by the things that influence you, right? Now, when you connect to the transcendental level, this is you going beyond your limited human experience, and you're able to see the big picture at large, really. You're able to see that life is about more than you. It's even about more than the people that you deal with. When you reach the transcendental level, you begin to see that it isn't about any individual thing at all, that all of manifestation is one thing, that all of manifestation is one thing. And when you're able to see it at that level, you start to fall in place, really. You start to recognize your place in existence. I have a diagram here that I just sketched out. Really, we're looking at reflections of the same experience here. We're looking at reflections of the same experience. When we're talking about consciousness and energy, we're talking about Shiva and Shakti, right? We're talking about the masculine and the feminine principle. We're talking about the electric and the magnetic principle. And the duality here, it's the same. The relationship, I should say, is the same. Whereas we talk about mind and matter, it's the same thing. Now, see, energy is the dense, slower vibrating aspect. Consciousness is still, doesn't vibrate at all. There's movement here, various degrees of movement here, no movement here whatsoever. There's limitation here, but there's no limitation here. So anything that you see about the relationship between Shiva and Shakti is the same. It corresponds with the relationship between consciousness and energy. It corresponds with the relationship between the essence of a thing and the expression of a thing. Like I mentioned about the Kleem mantra. The Kleem, it has an essence of magnetism, an essence of attraction. That's what the Kleem mantra represents. Now, the expression of that mantra is going to have a lot to do with what's happening in your life. So if you do the Kleem mantra, you very well, that the essence of it is magnetization. So you very well may magnetize wealth or attention or status or whatever. But understand that those things are not what Kleem is about. You have to find the essence of this thing. And this is what a big part of this whole study is about, understanding that what we deal with in our day-to-day lives are expressions. But when you start to look for the essence of these things, you start to see it for how it actually is. All right. Now here also is like a diagram of these levels of vibration and also the different planes, right? I showed the pictures of those 5 elements. So the same thing relates here: earth, water, fire, air, akasha. Now what we're looking at here is, imagine as if we were looking at a microscope and we were to zoom in and take a close look at the physical plane. This is what we would see. We'd see this big molecule. Like, say if we're looking at the molecules of our skin or a table or whatever, eventually the smallest that you can see with your physical eye, you'll see the smallest unit. The red represents the physical, the red represents the energy aspect, right? The Shakti aspect, the expression aspect, the gross aspect. The blue represents the essence, the transcendental, the Shiva, the consciousness. So you'll see that in the physical plane, the physical eye can only see so much. But behind every little atom and molecule, there's an almost incomprehensible amount of consciousness. It isn't meant to be seen by physical eyes. It has to be seen with a sense that's beyond the physical eye. But when we talk about the etheric plane, imagine that somehow you were able to zoom in a little bit more. You'd find that the etheric plane is composed of building blocks a little bit smaller than the physical plane. And you'll notice that the amount of consciousness within the etheric plane is slightly greater than what's present in this physical plane. Now, if you continue this process, you'll find that the astral plane has about a 50-50 mix of what we would call energy and consciousness. And as you continue, you'll see that in the mental plane, there's going to be more consciousness, less energy. And then finally, when you make it to what's called the causal plane of the highest level, it is composed entirely of consciousness, and energy exists in its seed aspect. Likewise, on the other side, in this physical plane, in this external plane, you'll find that consciousness exists in its seed aspect. Now, for us to be able to tap in from here to here, we've got to tap into that seed, right? The potential. We have to work with things like mantra, like yantra, like meditation, to be able to penetrate into the essence of the expression. Now look, everything in red on this board represents the same thing. Everything in blue on this board represents the same thing. Everything in blue represents the consciousness aspect, the subtle aspect. Everything in red represents the manifested aspect. So understand, this is the relationship between consciousness and matter. While we find ourselves in a physically expressed body, at the very center of every little piece of our being is the seed of consciousness. Now that seed, depending on what kind of seed we are able to tap into, has a lot to do with what manifests in our life. Now, the card that I showed earlier was this one here. I said, imagine that everything was composed of this. Well, that's exactly what I mean. This is that seed. Within consciousness lies the blueprints for everything that can potentially manifest. But it's up to your awareness and your focus as to which blueprint that you're tuning into. But the potential for all of it is here. Always has been, always will be. Ah, Melissa, how are you today?
Hey, Trap.
Hey,
I'm doing well. How are you?
pretty good, pretty decent.
That's great.
So just keep this in mind whenever you are learning about and studying about the different ranges of consciousness, from the physical to the etheric to the astral to the mental, all the way to the causal. And this also applies to the different levels of the tree of life. This also applies to the five koshas that they talk about, the five bodies, because on each of these levels, we're dealing with patterns, right? We're dealing with resonance. So on the physical plane, you find yourself expressed as a physical body. Well, likewise, that's happening here on the etheric plane as well. There's an expression of your individuality on the etheric plane. There's an expression of your individuality on the astral plane. But as you begin to zoom in more, you start to find that that individuality begins to melt into ultimate consciousness. As you see here, in the causal plane, in the yeah, in the Anamaya kosha, they call it. This is there as a potential. The physical aspect is here as a potential. The potential for all physical things is here, wrapped up in one seed. That's also what Kether would represent. The whole potential for the tree of life is kept inside of Kether as a seed, but it doesn't find its manifestation, it doesn't find its expression until it goes through all these levels of density. So nothing starts here. Nothing starts on the physical plane. Nothing starts, not even the mundane stuff. We even have to go at least to this level to start thinking and causing the plans to manifest. All right. We have to add emotion to even have the energy and the spirit to do the thing. And we have to use our imagination just to put it together. And only after all that do we finally make a move on the physical. So again, this isn't anything that's far-fetched or wild. This is just how it has always been. This isn't new information. I didn't make it up. Nobody made it up. This is literally just the pattern. And really, when you look at this, this is also the unpronounceable name of God, Jehovah, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. Except the Tetragrammaton, Jehovah, that's broken only into 4 steps. Yod, He, Vav, He. But the same thing's going on here. Another good way to look at it is, we could say physical is like the physical plane, the physical aspect is damn near 99% energy and 1% consciousness. If we were to take it to the etheric plane, that number would change. Now we're dealing with a realm that would be the energy aspect would be about 75%, and the consciousness aspect would be about 25%. Right? So take that 25% of pure consciousness versus the 1% here in the physical plane. It just goes to show how much more ability and potential that you have to move things and change things when you begin to move up these levels. Even the Kabbalion talked about how the master uses one plane against another plane, right? And likewise, I'd probably say the astral plane is roughly 50-50 mix between consciousness and energy. So we're reaching purification. This is what they also talk about as far as inner purification, right? In even the original documents about sin, there's nothing about any expression. It was about the essence, right? Sin has nothing to do with nothing expressed is inherently sinful or evil. It's the essence behind the action. It's the essence behind the thought. It's the essence behind what happens. That's what the original sin is. So when we talk about purification, this is recognizing that you are actually not this. You're this. And the only way to recognize that is to come into an experience with it. When you come into an experience with higher consciousness, a natural result is that eventually you begin to develop non-attachment to this. Now, that doesn't mean you avoid responsibility. That doesn't mean you pretend that things don't matter. You just have an inherent understanding of what is real and what is an illusion. And when we talk about illusion, we're talking about something that presents itself in a way that is not the essence, right? Wow. Peace to Jancy Lewis. That's my cousin. I just got word that my grandfather has passed away this morning. So his quote here, he says in the chat, "Our powers shall now elevate. Without the end, we would have no creation." Pop Pop said, "Stay strong and take care of your individual selves." Rest in power. Dreamwise in the chat says, "I have a question. Programming food." So yeah, likewise, with everything being composed of these different elements, and the potential for everything is within everything, right? All of these, everything that we see manifested is composed of a combination of all five elements. So truly, if you're able to really elevate to this level, theoretically, you can manifest anything within anything else because the potential is there. But I don't think any of us are there yet. So as far as programming food, if we bring our awareness even up to the etheric plane, which, like I said, is composed of 75% energy, 25% consciousness. Now, here, the energy aspect is manifested as matter. On the etheric plane, the body is manifested as imagination, what we'll call it. We'll call it imagination. So the body of the etheric plane is the imagination realm, right? So what happens is when you're able to take your awareness at least to this level, you can program your food to respond to you in a specific way. Because again, everything is composed of the combination of these five elements. And the elements are influenced by vibration, just like what it says here on page 25. He says, mantras are vibrations which influence the elements. So this is really where the concept of praying over your food comes from. You're trying to stimulate and influence the sattvic aspect of that meal before you bring it into yourself. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all know someone, or probably have been someone, who came up with copious amounts of ramen noodles as our sustenance, and didn't develop cancer, right? I remember for a time my parents were feeding us McDonald's damn near every night because they both had to work every night. So I mean, really, being young, that was the best choice they had. But you know, it didn't stunt our growth or anything like that. God is great. God is good. Let us thank Him for this food. Amen. I learned that from Pop Pop. Godflow93 says, "I play mantras while I cook food." I damn near play them throughout the day. Peace Frame Star Films. What a thing, what a thing. Cosmic Chlorophyll says McDonald's was healthier back then. Yeah, that too, that too. Oh yeah. So another interesting aspect about what was said here was about the different spirits and demons and God forms and all that. Right there on the first page of the chapter 21, he says that You do not see air, but you give it a name based on your experience of its quality. In the same way, when this material mind crosses the limits of the senses and connects with that supreme consciousness and begins to experience it, then based on the experience, it ascribes a form to it, whether it be Devi, Rama, Shiva, or Vishnu. That supreme element becomes conscious for us in that form. This experience can take place with the help of a mantra. The mantra is the medium, the rope with which we climb out of the well of the world. So basically what he's talking about here is that in this limited physical existence, we can only really describe things that we have come into contact with. So he talks about like the air, the wind. We can't see it, we can't touch it or anything like that, but we can only describe the experience that we have with it. So again, we can call it, a strong wind, we can call it a light breeze, whatever. But we can tell based on the expression that we are encountering. Likewise, when it comes to these subtle vibrations, when it comes to these higher realms, we don't really have the faculties to perceive what's really in those levels. So what happens is that our mind gives us something that we can relate to in order for us to connect with that expression. So what often happens is if someone has an imagination that's limited to what they've seen in movies, more than likely they're only going to see terrifying images or what they got from church, right? Demons and monsters and all this spooky, dangerous stuff. But with a little bit of study and experience, you'll begin to find that those are only expressions and not the actual form of what we're dealing with. So there's no Baphomet somewhere with goat horns and goat legs and titties waiting for you. That is an expression of an essence. That goes for any and all of these spirits that we deal with. None of them are inherently good or evil. Those are only expressions of the essence, just like none of the mantras are inherently good or evil. There are some mantras that are aimed towards death and harm, right? Just like the spirits. There's some spirits who can help and there are some who can harm. It's just their frequency, it's just their vibration. But as we see them in our dreams, as we see them in our visions, that's not what they actually are. That's just our mind providing us with something to hold on to so that we can work with that expression. So I know there's a lot of people who, are really excited because they want to see a spirit, they want to see a demon, they want to see this, that, and the third. But I've always said that that is less important than actually getting the result. It's not about seeing the spirit. It's about getting the result. It's going to appear to you in whatever way that your mind is able to conceive, whether that's a shadow, whether that's something present in the smoke of your incense, or in your etheric vision. You just might have enough imagination to, perceive something very clearly. But that is less important than the actual influence that it has on the elements, on your physical manifestation. Greetings, Moby. Greetings, Sunshine Chick. Page 32, he says, when the mantra is sustained over a period of time in this manner for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or half an hour, and you merge your consciousness in the feeling, chanting, and articulation of the mantra, and begin to identify with the vibrations that you are creating while chanting the mantra. Then you begin to experience what is called mantra meditative awareness. So when it comes to actually practicing with these mantras, it is going to start as just a mechanical repetition. It's going to start that way because, again, we're operating from this gross physical aspect. Now, as that mantra begins to circulate and rotate, you begin to tap into that subtle essence at the center of that mantra. You begin to take it to the next level. Now, the whole purpose and goal is for your whole awareness to penetrate these levels and get to this state of the mantra, to perceive the actual vibration of the mantra. Now, the actual vibration of the mantra doesn't exist in its natural state in the physical. Only the expression of that mantra exists down here. So when you're doing your mantra practice, you want your entire attention to be tuned into that mantra. Now, it'll take a few repetitions. Normally, for most mantras, you traditionally want to do it 108 times. That doesn't always get you right into contact with it, but it's a good start. It's a good start to get the rotation going. But as you get better and better at doing the mantra, your awareness tunes out from your ears and from your eyes and from your hands, and you begin to take your full awareness onto the mantra itself. And as you do that, you get deeper and deeper into the essence of the mantra. It's only at that point that it really starts to activate. This is why a lot of mantras say that they're going to take about 2,000 times before they activate. You'll see that all over the place. In the book, the Sri Saundarya Lahiri by Swami Satchidananda Saraswati, she's got a list of about 100 and something, I want to say 110, 111 different mantras that provide specific benefits. And it looks a whole lot like working with the Goetia, because each one of those mantras also has a yantra or a sigil that is meant to be focused on while you do these mantras. And most of them have to be done over a period of days, right? We're talking about anywhere from 2 weeks to 45 days to 60 days, and 2,000 repetitions a day, 1,000 repetitions a day. And what's happening is, as you create that loop, day after day after day, hour after hour after hour, you're starting to tap into the essence of that mantra. And it's that repetition that keeps you in that essence. As you begin to connect with it, become one with that essence, its expression becomes, it naturally starts to manifest in your life. Nuru says the Vedas are very clear. Death is not an end at all. The question is, what to do with the traveling vehicle of the soul? Keep speaking directly to your grandfather. He needs your sound and light now. Thank you for that. Will Trent, peace, peace. Shari Bari Sharbe, greetings, greetings. The primitive brain is affected by the resonance of the sound, and it begins to trigger certain impulses, which alter the perceptions of the conscious mind. When impulses are fired by the primitive brain, they do not go through the normal neural network of the brain, which is much more organized than the primitive brain. So where are they going? To some part which is influencing and altering our conscious perception. Therefore, visions and events are foreseen. Some people attribute this to psychic powers and call it a siddhi. They do not understand the process of evolution or awakening. For them, siddhis become miraculous powers. Siddhis are not miraculous powers. They are normal attainments of life. When you go to primary school, you do not know algebra, biology, or history. However, when you have completed your studies, You've acquired the skills of algebra and are able to calculate formulas. For a child, that will be miraculous, but not for you. For you, it is only a sequential process that you have understood. In the same way, the science of mantra is a sequential process of harmonizing, integrating, and awakening the experiences of the lower mind and the higher mind. Mantras are vibrations which influence the elements. So I'm going to read that last sentence one more time. In the same way, the science of mantra is a sequential process, just like learning algebra. It's a sequential process of harmonizing, integrating, and awakening the experiences of the lower mind and the higher mind. When we talk about this transcendental mind, which is the higher mind, the higher self, and we talk about this gross mind, which is the lower mind, the physical self, these are actually both parts of the same thing. They're not separate at all. Never separate, never have been separate. But our awareness of this transcendental mind is not there. We're very dense. Our minds are very dense, and they have to be sensitized to be able to perceive at this level. Okay? Our physical minds, our brains are composed of dense physical matter. So our awareness at this stage is limited to that of being able to perceive dense physical matter. All of the different instruments of the body are tuned in to perceive specific rates of vibration. The ears are tuned to perceive a very specific set of frequencies. It's already tracked what range of frequency the ears can hear. It's already tracked what range of light the eyes can perceive. It's already tracked what our different instruments are able to perceive. And what we all know as well is that that limited range is not the entirety of existence. That's just a little slice of what we can perceive. We don't even have names for these. Past violet, we call it ultraviolet, and below red, we call it infrared. But it goes on infinitely on both sides. But the gear, the equipment that we have is only tuned to be able to perceive what's in this level of vibration. But like I said, these two are the same. They're the same entity, just different, what's the word? Different gradations. So what's happening is, as we work with mantra, as we work with meditation, as we work with these different practices, we begin sensitizing not those instruments, but we sensitize what's behind the instruments. So the ears don't hear. Our awareness of the ear faculty is what hears. Our awareness of the eye faculty is what sees. It's not the eye that sees. It's our awareness of what the eye is picking up. We call that vision. But our awareness is limited to the range, the frequency range of the five senses. We don't see what is beneath and beyond the physical expression of a thing. We don't see the essence of it. So what happens with these mantras and the meditation practices is that we are refining and sensitizing our awareness to be able to perceive these subtle realms, the etheric, the astral, the mental, the causal. We're sensitizing ourselves so that we can be able to perceive what is already there, just at a different rate of vibration. It would almost be as if we were improving our eyesight to see beyond ultraviolet or to see beneath infrared. At this stage, we're not able to do that. Even if we create instruments to do that, we could barely process it, right? Even if we were to be able to create instruments to do that, it'd be very difficult for us to translate that into something that another human being could understand. Same thing with these mantras. Most of us cannot perceive the actual vibration of lam, ram, vam, yam. So they create symbols to help us achieve that same vibration. They create different yantras to help us achieve that same essence. They create the different gods and goddesses and spirits to help us achieve that essence. So that's why when you concentrate on a specific chakra point, like say Muladhara, the root chakra, there's so many different symbols associated with it because it's going to help us tap into the essence of it, because we are currently not at the level to be able to perceive the essence with our with the tools that we have. So we kind of use symbols and different yantras and mantras and things like that to kind of bypass what we lack, to bypass our limitations, basically. As the good Swami put it in that book, he considered it like a rope, right? He says that the soul itself is similar to someone that's just walking freely doing what they want. But once that person falls into a deep hole, they're now limited in their movement. They can't do anything. That's the same as falling into the physical expression, physical aspect. The only way to get out of that hole is with some help. You can't fly out of there. So someone has to put a rope down, and the person grabs the rope and they're able to climb out. That's what's happening with mantras, with yoga. Yoga becomes this rope that allows us to pull ourselves, right? Because no one's going to pull you. The best that someone can do is put a rope for you down in that hole, right? But you do that's what doing the work is. You do the work to actually pull yourself up through these levels. Mantra helps with that because we're not able to perceive exactly what's going on up here at this transcendental because we're dense. We're not sensitized. We're not able to perceive it with our naked eye. We need help. We need assistance. How do you like this chapter so far, Melissa?
I love it. It's really intense. It's actually what I like about it is I've been doing like the mantras for like the past 2 months, and now I have like more of an understanding on why it is that we do these things. And yeah, I'm just kind of like piecing all of like the benefits that I'm getting from doing these mantras
Mm-hmm.
by reading this chapter. So it's like making sense. Like why is it that I am like in such like a peaceful mode when normally if there's something that would agitate me, I'm no longer feeling that. It's like for me, like I do these mantras and like it's like just the other books, the other Bihar books that we've read where Swami's like, I'm giving my head to my guru. And that's exactly what I'm doing here. So I know that these mantras have an effect, but I'm not really understanding the full reason why. And as I'm reading these chapters, for like the first and second chapter, now I'm understanding why this matters, right? So it's cool to actually kind of connect the knowledge behind the intent and the action.
Yeah. Clarity. Clarity.
Right.
Increasing levels of clarity. And it's so important to start to understand why we're doing what we're doing and how the effect is caused, because that only helps us get better at what we're doing. It only helps us to improve and do it with more efficiency.
Yes. And it really feels like Marvel movies where like even like Doctor Strange, like when his like etheric body comes out of him and he's able to see himself. Like it feels like in those moments, it feels like there's another body that's coming out of me and observing what's going on as well.
Yeah.
And it's no longer like how do I explain it? Like it's no longer like it observes, but then it gets denser and then it doesn't have that much clarity. It's like a low resolution image, like sometimes you'll have that consciousness that creeps in and then goes back into density. Like it's blurred again. It's in and out, in and out. Now, like the more that you do this, the more that I meditate, the more like I'm understanding the separation between my physical body and the observer. Like, yeah, it's kind of like the movies, like Marvel movies. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And it's as if a new wave has been started, a new pattern has been started. You talked about that peeking in and out of consciousness, and that's how it happens, right? We get this little spike, and it only stays for a moment. Then it comes again. And over time, that frequency begins to speed up. That up, down, and we start to see that it's a bounce between these levels, right? Our awareness shoots up and comes back. But what we're doing,
Yes.
we're training ourselves to stay up here longer. That's what he also talked about here in this book. You know, as you meditate and practice, you go for 5 minutes, then stretch yourself to do 10 minutes, then 15. Finally, when you get to about 30 minutes, or when you're able to stay up here for 30 minutes, that has a profound effect on everything down here. And eventually we talk about yoga, which means union. We're literally talking about the union of these two states, of the transcendental and the gross. We're literally talking about the union between the lower mind and that higher mind. But it starts as peaks and spikes. You know, even with me, I'm not at the level where I'm up here all the time. Hell no. But I'm experiencing this more and more. When it kicks in, it lasts a little bit longer. And I'm able to utilize it more, whether that means just chilling and resting in it, or using that time to write or study, right? But most, you don't have to do anything at all, honestly. But yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. I've noticed that a lot of like my senses are heightened, and I love to write. So writing has become like way easier. Like, I don't know if it's like just disintegrating some blockages, but I'm writing so much these days. And yeah, and I have like a heightened sense of taste, of smell. I feel like everything that I'm eating is like so good. Like
Yeah,
it's I'm like, has this been this good all this time? I just wasn't in the state of mind. It's cool.
yeah. Awareness can do that because we're so distracted. Even there's even many aspects of life that we do on autopilot and don't realize it. I remember reading Initiation into Hermetics, and one of the first exercises was conscious eating. And even in one of these books, Swami Niranjan Ananda talks about the same thing. Actually taking it one bite at a time and savoring that bite and actually tasting it and eating it. And I suddenly realized, wow, I don't even do this. I normally just scarf my food down while I'm watching something on my phone, or hell, reading or talking or doing something else. Since reading Initiation of Hermetics, since last summer, or redoing it on this live stream, I think that was when I really started tasting food again, you know? Because yeah, we all eat and stuff tastes good, but when you actually eat and take it one bite at a time like that, and it's not just the food that's special. Like if we can live life like that, if we can begin to take each moment in as it is, when it happens, we begin to see the essence behind the expressions.
Right, right. That reminds me, like, in a lot of cultures, it's not really a thing to eat and do something else, or like watch TV or be distracted. Like you're supposed to eat. Just supposed to just eat and concentrate on that, you
Yeah.
know? And growing up, that was like a big thing with like me and my family. Like we weren't really allowed to eat and watch TV, but if they're working, like that's out the window, right? And I noticed like a few months ago, um, I was reading like just like TCM, Chinese medicine, and your eyes are connected to your spleen, and your spleen has a lot to do with like your spiritual state. You know, it's the organ that transforms and lets the body absorb its nutrients. And when you're not concentrated on your food and that intention of it, you know, benefiting you, and you distract your eyes with something else, you're not really getting those benefits from that food. And I was reading that because I like I started realizing that I'm not really taking in the benefits of my food, like the nutrients. You know, like, of course, what can I do better? And there's always these herbs that you can take, but it's so much more than just taking something externally. It's like your mind, like you have to be well positioned to receive these things, right?
Yes. That's what nutrition actually is, right? Being able to
Yes.
pull out the essence from within that food. I haven't heard that before as far as the eyes being connected with the spleen. Um, I did hear about from Phil Valentine. He made a video a long time ago, and he was talking about, you know, the difference between using metal silverware and then also before that using like wooden silverware, but before that just eating with your hands and your fingers. And he would talk about how scientifically eating with your hands and your fingers, it helps the absorption process. So something about how it activates the salivation glands and activates the stomach. Like it literally has a process on how you take in the nutrition if you eat with your fingers. So yeah, we're looking at a holistic aspect of life versus what we've been conditioned to do.
Right.
Scarfing the food down while watching a video on your phone, like that's normal now.
It's so normal. I find myself doing it even unconsciously, like when I'm eating and I know better. And I'm like, oh, where's my phone? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it's great. It's great to be aware of it.
Yes. Now that connects with what Dream asked earlier, as far as with your food. And you know, I've done. I don't want to say I've done the vegan thing, but I've been vegan minded, I guess. Because you know, I had a Popeye's chicken sandwich the other day, a couple weeks ago. But the thing is, the nutrition aspect of it has a lot to do with, like what you said, awareness, but also, how do I put it? It's more than just the food, you know. It's the whole lifestyle.
It is. It is. There's people out there, and this is an experiment just right now. Like, think about all the people in your life that you've seen, people that eat like shit, still look good, people that do eat good get cancer. Like there's so many of that in our experiences. But I feel like when you're like, you know who you are, you know what you want to do in life. I feel like all of that just needs to be in balance. So like in balanced rather, not imbalanced. But I feel like it's a combination of your experience. The knowledge has to go with it for sure. And then how you feel. You know, like when I was vegan for a year and a half, and the first 6 months felt great. And then I realized that a lot of what I did was I just followed something, right? I just followed it. And I have to be real with myself. I did. And I also demonized things because I followed this egregore, you know? And that was real. And I can admit that. And there's people that would refuse to admit that because it's like, oh my gosh, like this is what I identify now. This is my new mask. How can I just say fuck people being vegan, and like how? Like I'm gonna look like an idiot. And that's how people live their life, right? So, but I have to be real with how I feel, how my body's responding, like it's talking to me. And then knowledge, then actually doing like the work, which is like what we're doing with reading, right? We're talking about these things. I had to go and find out what is going on here. And it's not just topical information that's out there. I wasn't satisfied with that. You know, I had to like really dig deep. And sure enough, if you really want to find something, it will be there. Like I really have a passion for this, and it showed, it manifested. And that was like, to this day, I still like, I'm so grateful for that because, you know, I could have, like my life could be so much different had I not known this information that I found, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, the power of this information also, it's evident by how intense the change is, how deep the transformation is. It's not like the superficial, like say for example the vegan thing, like somebody makes you feel good so you follow it. That's how everything starts. We feel good about it and we follow it, but after a while you start to realize that it's not really sustainable because it's just not you. But when you find some information like this, everything begins to change, and the change is permanent because it's like your eyes are being open and you can't close them anymore. That just goes to show like the the realness of it, the purity of the information.
Yes.
And I've been seeing a lot of stuff about karma come up as well. Um, Karma and its relation to astrology, where the plane that we're aware of right now, this dense physical aspect, this anchor, so to speak, it holds it together. You know, it's a part of the whole puzzle. Um, but because the majority of the inhabitants that are here are on the gross level and not aware of the transcendental level is controlling the gross. Always, the same way that the mind controls the body, the same way that consciousness controls energy, the same way that Shiva tells Shakti what to do, the same way that the essence determines the expression. So likewise, on this physical plane, even though we're only aware of the seed of consciousness here, which Nuru in the chat said was Atman. We're only aware of that, if anything at all. But it truly, this is what we're looking at here, right? So what's happening is that when we talk about astrology and karma, these are the patterns that are set in motion, spinning like a wheel. It's on automatic, right? The material plane is the very definition of artificial intelligence. Shakti is the definition of artificial intelligence. Even the Vedic text Samkhya says that Shakti is not conscious, but she replicates consciousness, artificial intelligence. So what's happening down here is that when we talk about astrology and karma, that's the program, that's the code of AI, right? That's telling the program what to do. So when we look at astrology, it's not like, hey, this is going to happen tomorrow, this is going to happen tomorrow. No, it's a map of all of time from before and tomorrow. And as long as the denizens of the gross material plane are not aware of the transcendental nature, then they have no choice but to be subject to that flow of time. No choice but to be subject to their karma and their memories. There's no free will for someone or something that is not aware of their transcendental nature. Even in a little degree, even a little bitty degree can help. But if one finds themselves, to the degree that one lacks awareness of the transcendental nature, is to the same degree that their entire being is ruled by karma and what we call astrology. But even as that book page that I showed in that red book a few nights ago, the only thing that can begin to override or surpass that code of this artificial intelligence is pure consciousness, because that's where the movement comes from. And not the movement, I got to be careful with the words. That's where the essence is in the first place. Artificial consciousness itself directs the flow of energy, and if one is not aware of that consciousness level, they are part of the flow that's being directed. And that unbroken chain, that unbroken flow is what has determined how we manifested into, how we became aware of the bodies that we find ourselves manifested in, and the history and the genetics and all that good stuff. Wonderful. If you wouldn't mind, give me just a second. book I was referring to earlier about the karma and everything, for everybody in the chat, if you're interested, it's a book called Notes on Spiritual Discourses of Sri Atmananda. And this is pretty much it's a book where he's kind of just going over different topics. You can really just flip it open and see the insight of a yogi on different topics. Pretty interesting read. It's actually 4 volumes, but this is just the first one. But I saw what he, I just happened to open it, and there was this passage about astrology, and I thought that was pretty interesting. That kind of connected the dots with Vedic astrology and matter and karma and all that good stuff. So I've seen beyond a shadow of doubt that astrology has a very valid function. Not only function, but it's nothing to believe in. It just is. Same thing with karma. Like, it's not something that you choose to believe in. Like, it's the name of how life works. It's just we've been educated about it incorrectly. But as you quickly start to learn about astrology and karma, the first thing I think that happened with me and a lot of people is that kind of become defeated. Like, oh, well, damn, I guess nothing I do matters. It's all automatic. But that's not necessarily the case. It is true for the unconscious. For the unconscious, yes, it is automatic, just like the animals and nature and everything. Just like you can tell, look up in the sky and see what season it is, right? You can see when it's going to be summer, when it's going to be winter, and you know to make decisions based on that. Plant a garden or don't. Or you're not going to plant stuff in the winter unless it's one of those kind of plants, right? But with karma as well, it isn't something that starts now, right? It's not like you suddenly got a clean slate and you're working forward. By the time you become aware of what karma actually is, you've got a whole lifetime of influence built up already. And as you do this self-analysis, you start to understand that many of the things that you do is based on things that you've done, reactions that you've had to the past, really. When you have it's nothing that somebody did to you. That's another erroneous concept. When we have an experience in life, no matter what it is, we have a response to that. And it's our response to that that creates the karma, right? So if something that I call negative happens to me and I have a strong negative reaction to that, it leaves an imprint. It leaves an imprint. Now, anything that happens that's related to that incident, I've already got a predisposed reaction to it, right? Say, for example, if I was mugged on the street, if I have any experience that comes close to that, even if I see somebody that looks like that person, I might be afraid to go in that area again. Like, everything that I do is now altered by that reaction that I had to the experience. So we've got a lifetime of those reactions built up, and that's what has created who we are today. Now, that is just like that's predictable, right? That becomes predictable. If you knew all the influences that somebody had, you can kind of judge their behavior. Matter of fact, if you have a friend or family member, you know their story, you know how they're going to behave based on things that have happened to them and how they behave, right? That's what I mean by like automatic and autopilot, right? So not like a specific behavior that you're going to do, but we know how you're going to express yourself based on the essence of what happened. It isn't until we begin to uproot those influences that we start to become free of karma and, astrology. You will be and behave like your sign to some degree, whether 100%, 50%, or 25%. You will behave like your sign until you uproot the karma that caused you to even be born in that time frame, right? Because even your birth is karmic. It goes deep. It goes way past what you realize. You're affected by memories that you cannot access right now. Call those past lives. And where are those stored? Those memories are stored in this level and also this level. So if you don't even have the capacity to expand to these two levels, then you're constantly under the influence of what's happening here. But even that's divine, because you start to realize that what is being influenced is matter. The book said that mantras influence the elements, the vibrations that influence the elements. Matter is what's going through karma. Matter is what's being going through astrology. It's matter. Your body's made of matter, or I should say energy. It's energy that's going through karma, not consciousness. So as you begin to expand and realize what ultimate consciousness is, you realize that, again, you're not the body. You're not these memories. You're none of this. This belongs to Prakriti. This belongs to Shakti. This belongs to energy. It's not consciousness. It's the energy that's moved by astrology. It's the energy that's moved by karma. But if you continue to believe that it's yours and grab hold of and take claim to it and react to it, then you're literally identifying yourself as energy. You're identifying yourself as nature, as matter. You're doing that. And it's through these meditations that we come into an experience, because remember we talked about it, about going up to that higher level. When we experience this higher level, that's the only way that you truly realize that you're not matter. The only way that you truly realize it is when you're able to take your awareness up like that. Again, this is something that mantra helps with. This is something that mantra helps with. Man, oh man. Word Life says the body belongs to mom, according to Kemet. And that's true. And what does mom symbolically represent? Prakriti, Shakti, the feminine aspect. Bina on the tree of life, right? The black sphere. Bina, the feminine aspect. Magnetic. So you're absolutely right. The body belongs to mom. The body belongs to Mother Nature, Prakriti. But she belongs to Eat More Plants says higher guidance is far more interested in our clarity. The Alchemist on YouTube. Niru says Vipassana just simplifies the Vedic path. The aim of Gautama and Dhamma was to give liberation and nirvana to householders, not just yogis, so they don't have to spend many lifetimes to attain liberation. Lance Benefield, peace, peace. Aura Index, greetings. Nuru says Buddhism is Vedic 100%, consistent with all the Vedas and Upanishads. A lot of folks think Buddhism is not Vedic. That's a good point.
Tribe, there's like this one part of the mantra meditative awareness on page 32 that talks about in the mantra japa,
Yes.
And it's kind of like what we were just talking about. Like the paragraph says, in our mantra japa, we don't experience mantra meditative awareness. The japa happens mechanically, holding the mala, moving the beads, and mentally repeating one mantra per bead with the eyes closed. That is a mechanical process. It is not the mantra sadhana. It is one way of involving oneself in repetition of the mantra, but not the correct way. And it's like what I was saying about, like, you have to be in a certain position to receive, to get ready for the next levels to come, right? So it's like riding a bike. Like children ride a bike with training wheels, and then they take it off. You know, this is so different from how you live your life without structure, without discipline, that you have to kind of fine tune the physical, like kind of like massage it, and to be able to receive this new information. And that's what I feel like is the essence of what's going on with me, you know, and like my practice. So
Yeah. As he put it a little bit later on, the sensitizing of the mind, sensitizing through practice. And that's why it's called a practice, and that's why practice is so important, right? A lot of people get discouraged and give up so quick. Give up before even allowing anything to happen. People quit because nothing happened, not realizing that something happens based on the fact that you keep trying it.
right. Right.
That's wild. That's why in these books, Initiation into Hermetics, Mystical Kabbalah, etc., they talk about people that jump from system to system. No, consistency. Stick with one system and see it through. That's how you begin to cause that wheel to turn. Because everyone starts out as a part of nature. They start out dense. They start out gross. And in order for us to go further, we've got to have some, like you said, a rope, some type of thing that we're using to connect us to the essential realm, to the transcendental. We got to have some type of rope that's going to connect us to that area. And just like the person that falls in the well, you don't just get out as soon as you grab the rope. You've got to climb and gradually take yourself upward. In the chat, Dreamwise asks, Melissa, are you coming to the conference?
What conference?
Oh, I guess I didn't talk about it enough.
Oh, I wasn't on last week.
So we're going to be doing the Master Student Conference again, part 2 in June. It's going to be in Atlanta.
Oh, nice.
For everybody in the chat who doesn't know, it's going to be June the 6th. And tickets are on sale already. So it would be a good idea to get yours early before they sell out like they did before.
Where can I find the tickets?
I will send you a link because I got an affiliate link.
Word.
Matter of fact, I'm going to post my affiliate link in the chat. Nothing wrong with that, right? So yeah, for everybody who missed out on that first conference, or if you plan on coming to see us live in June, go ahead and tap that link that's in the chat. Bom, bom, bom. Dreamwise says, tell Melissa she can come for free. So you might as well come. You might as well come.
All right. I have to get on YouTube since I'm not on there.
Yeah. Nuru says to Godflow 93, I do believe that being able to astral project is necessary if you want to control the light body upon death. Vipassana doesn't teach this, hence I have just started. Weed might interfere. Mantras are vibrations which influence the elements. Well, yeah, so again, like I was talking about earlier, is that he also mentions in this book that there's actually 3 categories of mantra, right? There's 3 categories of mantra, and they represent 3 levels of expression, basically 3 levels of effect. And basically we've got the seed mantras, the bij mantras. And these are the single syllable mantras. And I mentioned these before, like Lam, Ram, Yam, Bam, Kleem, Cream, Shreem, and all that. And these are mantras that are more in their pure state, the seed state. And basically they represent potentialities, right? The potential of expression is inside these bij mantras. They're raw, they're pure, unfiltered, undiluted. So these can be seen, they can be seen as being more potent than the others. But again, all these mantras are potentials. It depends on the ground that it's fertilized in. In other words, your mind, your experience. Then he talks about the next level of mantras, which he calls the guru mantras and the universal mantras. And these are ones like Om Namah Shivaya, the Hare Hare Krishna, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. A lot of the different ones that we see on YouTube also. This is on page 30. And then of course, the third level are the more dense aspect of mantras. He says in the third category come mantras practiced for a specific purpose in material life. Oh. And basically, let me make sure I got that right. Didn't skip one. Yeah, that's the third one. Yeah, and these are more specific for specific things. Is Melissa single? Big eyeballs.
No, I am not.
In the original system of mantra, one needs to identify with the vibration as much as possible. And that's the part that you read about doing it repetitiously, mechanically. Oh yeah, that part, page 36. Only when the attention span has increased can one move into the experience of the mantra. One cannot move into the experience of the mantra instantaneously just by repeating or chanting. Only when the attention span has increased can one move into the experience of the mantra. It's very important. Very important. One of the key things that I found in these books is the amount of emphasis put on developing concentration. Developing concentration. Learning how to be able to focus on a single point for an extended period of time. That's major. Because if you're not your body, then what are you? Well, a big part of what you actually are is represented by the function of your awareness. You're not the body because the body is the thing that you're aware of, right? You're not the body itself. You're aware of the body. You're aware of the eyes and what they pick up. You're aware of the ears and the sound that it picks up. But that's not what you actually are. You are, well, you are what is represented by awareness. So in order to really find what you actually are, you have to take that representation, you have to take that awareness and learn how to direct it on purpose. You have to learn how to utilize it as your tool, as your vehicle. Because right now on the default level, your awareness is pushed out into the external world. It takes concentration and consistency to turn that awareness inward and to hold it inward and to navigate into a specific place. In the chat, Nuru and Godflow93 are talking about Vipassana. And Vipassana is a technique that trains you on moving that awareness, on first of all realizing what that awareness is, and then being able to intentionally move it, right? Once you've learned how to do that effectively, now we can start talking about some of the more advanced aspects of spiritual practice. You know, he was talking about astral projection. A lot of people are talking about these different things, but in order to do this on purpose, you've got to have a developed level of concentration. You've got to be able to hold that concentration. You can also think of focused concentration as fertile ground for that seed to grow, as a fertile space, or even a pot, right? There's some plants that they grow to a certain size, but they have to be taken out of the pot. I was looking into growing an avocado because I thought that would be kind of cool. And I saw on Amazon, they have this little starter thing. And you put the little avocado seed in there and it grows little roots and it kind of sprouts out of it. But eventually you have to move that into a bigger pot. And if you want an actual avocado tree, you got to go outside and plant it in the ground. Well, think of your awareness and your concentration like that. You're using seed mantras, right? We're working with this, with the seed, right? This right here is here, right? We're planting that in this physical plane, or at least we're trying to get access to it. But in order for us to really move into this space, we're going to need the biggest pot that we can get, right? So reading these books and doing mantras and practicing and this kind of thing, this is like getting that little starter kit off of Amazon. We got the avocado seed. Now we're putting in the little kit. We're watering it. We're giving it sun. But as it starts to grow, things have to change. We're going to need a bigger pot. We're going to need to expand our focus and concentration. You're not going to be able to do this with just 5 minutes of practice a day.
Right.
15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, right? Once we expand the space that we have for the seed to develop, now it can start to grow to its full potential. And what that also means is that things begin to shift in your life, whether it's your environment, it's people that you're attached to, job, habits, diet, all these things start to change as that concentration grows and that seed of spirit begins to blossom and flourish. It has to make room for itself. So things fall away. Things leave naturally. It was extremely difficult to give up things just based on my own willpower, but they became easier when I had a real reason to give up things.
It's interesting. This is like the inner workings of those like really simple quotes that define life.
Yeah. Did you have one specifically?
Or just like when you said seed, like plant the seeds,
Yeah.
you know. Um, but I feel like that's how it's been like in my like spiritual journey. You know, there's things like, and I've said this before, there's things that like I've really like felt on a deep level, but I didn't understand it like back then. Like I didn't even have, well, maybe I had the capacity. Maybe that was the seed for me, right? Like I look back and I'm like, I couldn't have possibly understood this because I didn't even have the awareness, but I felt that. I felt these certain things, you know, even when I was like lost in the sauce. And um, you know, now that you're saying it, it's like they were seeds. They were quite possibly a seed or something that ignited this whole journey of mine.
Plant the seed. I talk about metaphors, and one of the things that I say is when you take in a metaphor, you take the whole metaphor. So we're talking about the beginning of a thing. What happens in the end? When a seed is planted, it eventually grows to its full size. Avocado, for example. Well, the seed had to come from somewhere. And once that tree grows, it becomes something else and its function changes. Now it's no longer just a seed trying to develop, it becomes strong enough to replicate itself. We're talking about the tree of life. That's another metaphor. What do trees do? Trees drop seeds all the time. And some of those seeds grow strong and become just like their parent. Did anybody ever really think of like the first tree? There was no first tree. It's an eternal process. It's a pattern, it's a loop, it's a cycle. And what we're doing is we're getting in that cycle. We're in the cycle, but we're getting into a different level of the cycle, a different frequency of the cycle. Because the frequency is how frequently you're doing a thing, right? So you go from one frequency of just being very gross and dense, and you start adapting the frequencies that can take you here. You start adapting the cycles and patterns that can take you here. It's all about cycles and patterns and using them to move your awareness. If you don't do it intentionally, then it's happening automatically, right? If you're not doing it on purpose, then you're running on autopilot. Even those autopilot cycles are patterns that you have adopted, right? I guess I could have used a cucumber as an example rather than an avocado because you plant an avocado and it grows and it bears fruit. Somebody has to eat it, and then that seed begins again. And even if you don't eat it, the fruit begins to rot and decay and create fertile ground and fertile DNA for that seed to grow in the ground where it fell. The Mahamrityunjaya mantra kind of points to this, right? The Mahamrityunjaya mantra basically says, just like the cucumber, right? Just like the cucumber falls from off the vine, sustain me when my body is disconnected from the prana. So what are we doing? We're establishing ourselves beyond the body. We're the seed that's becoming something greater than the seed and the fruit. The mantra isn't about collecting cucumbers, but it's saying like the cucumber is naturally falls off the branch because we're all going to naturally disconnect from the vine. We're all naturally going to pass away at some point. It happens. It's nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be feared, nothing to run from. It's going to happen. But the thing is, when you truly learn and gain an experience of the fact that you are not this body, when you truly learn that, gain that experience, it's nothing to be afraid of. At least now you know, or at least have an awareness of what's beyond. And on one level, that's all some people really want and need, just to know that there's more to life after death of the body. But for others, you know, there are more experiences to be had, I suppose, more things to learn, more things to gather. Or if nothing else, there's still more information that must be realized in order to truly connect with that source. I don't really fancy reincarnating into a human body many more times after this. Not out of fear, but because it's unnecessary at this point. I think I get it. I think I get what comes with this lesson. So it's time for new ones. And it's just the same way that a lot of stuff is no longer interesting to me, right? I don't watch TV and I don't keep up with the latest, show. I used to, but I don't anymore. I just naturally don't because I'm doing other things now. I don't watch sports, none of that. But likewise, when it comes to awareness, eventually you become aware of something greater. There's no need to go back to a human incarnation. There's no need for it. But if you haven't had that experience and you're still extremely attached to memories and ego, then you haven't quite learned that lesson yet. That's not a judgment call on my end. That's just the pattern. This is what it is. We incarnate because of attachment. We incarnate because of karma. We incarnate because of ego. So that it's damn near impossible to eradicate it. The function comes with incarnation. It comes with a mind. Having a mind comes with ego. Having a human mind comes with ego. So it's not about getting rid of it. It's learning how to keep it where it belongs, right? It has a function. But when it's driving the car, it's going to keep driving in circles, which is roughly this part of the map. Ego keeps driving around in this territory. And it's supposed to. Leave it alone. You expand to realize that there are different layers of the self. It's not about getting rid of anything. It's supposed to be there. But we come to realize that there are higher densities. That's the word I was looking for. Densities. So this is all one thing, but this is a density of this. She is a density of this. Energy is a density of consciousness. And when you continue to zoom out even more, you'll find that these are actually one thing. Call it Brahman. Call it God, right? We don't have a very good word for it. The all. But that's the highest level of unity, of harmony. It's all one thing. But we're not sensitized enough to truly see that. We can say it with words, right? The all is mind. We're all one. I am all things. We can say it. But until we realize it, that's when we become liberated. That's when union happens. That's when, what's the word? Enlightenment and samadhi and all that happens. But even as you said, Melissa, that realization, it starts as a spark. You get a flash. It blinks. But eventually that blink starts happening so fast that it's constant.
Especially when you pay attention to it. Right? Like if you don't pay attention to it and you give more energy to things that are more of, I don't know, more dense or more things that are more physical, then that's what's going to be manifested. Not that spark, And then just like you said in the past book studies, like there's always going to be an input that gets you an output. It's going to balance out, even if you don't choose to look to focus on that light or that consciousness. Like it'll take you to somewhere where it's more dense, and then like something greater will happen. It'll make you have make you understand, or make you become more aware of that flash, but it just won't be as smooth, right? It may not be as smooth because you didn't see it that at that time.
Yeah.
And I know that's happened to me, you know, like I know there's like this little small voice that I have to really quiet my mind to pay attention to it, because the ego's louder, you know.
Right.
And yeah, and situations where I didn't pay attention to it, and then a certain event will happen, it's because I didn't pay attention to it, you know. So that had to happen in order for me to pay attention to it,
Right. Right.
you know.
That's an example of the expression leading to the essence of a thing. This, the harmony, the conversation, the communication, the union, it's there. It's always happening around us, always. But just like you said, like we gradually become aware of it, and as you look back, you realize that it's always been this way.
It's always been there. Yeah. Yeah. With everything, with people, with situations, everything, it's always been present. That's why I feel like your past experience is the best form of you to kind of make of like a collage or something of how you lived your life. Like you can go back. I remember listening to like some of Brother Panic's lectures back in the day about like, you know, you can go back to that childhood moment where you were traumatized, and then you can just fix it. Just go back in there and just visualize it being different, or sit with yourself. Like, yeah, that seems like it's so like what? Like that's almost like devaluing what I've been through, but that's not what this is. It's not about the physical. It's like it's it's something more.
Yes,
It's so much deeper.
it really is. You know, and it has such a profound effect on us because those experiences have become stories that we tell ourselves, symbolic stories. They become
Yes.
yantras themselves. Our memories are yantras, and they have an influence on us. Though the vibration of those yantras, the vibration of those memories, have an influence on our elements. Same science. And what happens when you go back and tinker with the mechanics of that yantra, right? It has an influence on you. So, like what I was talking about, I think it was I don't know if it was in class or last live stream, but you know, as a therapist, an effective therapist now, if someone comes to you with depression, you don't treat depression. How can you? What is that? It's a title, it's a name. What does depression mean for that person? An effective therapist will get into that person's vocabulary and have them explain their yantra, their experience of their vision of this depression, and break it down. What does depression mean? Oh, it means I'm low in energy and I don't want to do anything. I don't want to see my friends. I don't want to eat. It means that this, it means that. And as what's happening now is it's not depression anymore. It's broken up into little pieces, right? And what happens is when you go in there and you tinker with those little pieces, oh, I'm low in energy. Well, maybe if you eat these herbs or change your diet, maybe if you exercise, you know, we'll give you different suggestions that you can do to tinker with these different parts, right? And what happens is when you change the little elements, the whole picture begins to shift. It's no longer called depression anymore. It's called something else now. Likewise with these memories, right? With these experiences, with these traumas. If for most people it's extremely difficult to just suddenly have non-attachment, right? Especially if something very severe happened, right? That's lodged in our mind, frozen in time. Like Lance Benefield said now, and he said it last night, yantras equals frozen time. That's brilliant. So that experience in our mind, that trauma, it's a frozen moment that's continually to cause an influence on us. Now, what we have to do is we have to get in there and break up the little elements, change the little pieces. No one said you can't, but like you said, that ego, what does ego say? right? What you said, it devalues my experience, right?
Right. Right.
Ego says, no, I suffered for this. I earned my
Yes.
suffering, right? I want revenge, or I still have to feel bad about it. Like the ego will make something up.
Yeah.
But when
I
you
need
go,
this experience to survive.
right, or even worse, this is just how life is.
Yep.
Sometimes you gotta suffer, gotta go through pain. No, no, I don't subscribe to that.
Right.
When we break up those little elements and rewrite the story changes now and it has a new effect on your life now. And eventually, if you learn that science of doing that, it'll cease to have an influence on you. And that's what we're looking for. Jeez Louise. I mean, it sounds so simple, don't it?
It
And
does.
it can be. It can be. It really can be.
But I think that's the essence, right? The essence is simple.
Yeah. It's the ego that makes things complex.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like I remember back in college, and like I'm super social. I can be shy in the beginning, but I'm like very social and I like to really connect with people. And I loved going out. Like I loved going out to like bars and clubs, and like I was all about that life. And then when I had, my moment of like transformation, like when life really hit for me and I started noticing, I realized that a lot of these things that I was doing wasn't really for me. Like I did it for different reasons that wasn't really aligning with who I really was. But I couldn't yet define who I really was yet. And at that time, like when I was like self-analyzing, these things that I was doing, like even the clothes that I was wearing, just that outer layer, right? Like all of that was for other reasons, you know, so that other people can validate me, so that I can look good for these people. And like, and all of that represented something that I wasn't happy with, that it wasn't really who I was, you know? So there was a time where I just stopped going out. How I don't even go out, I still don't go out. But like upon me meditating, there's still something that was fun about that, that I love to connect with people. I like to share stories. So I kind of had to like sift it, or like distilled my experiences, right? Pick out what wasn't really aligned with me, with myself, and then pick out what was I doing that was for other people, you know? And I didn't demonize it. It's kind of like just, I don't know, it's like being on a tightrope. You're just taking the things that are for you and you're distilling what's not. Like this is the great work.
Alchemy, right?
Yeah, this is it, you know.
And what does it take to do that? It takes a level of awareness, even concentration. For a lot of people, it hurts. Like that process hurt. Just accessing some of these memories hurt.
Right.
For other people, it's not entertaining. A lot of people have a very low tolerance for pain, and pain can also come in the form of boredom. They need to be entertained. If they're not
Oh
entertained, they're
my
gonna
God,
move to
yes.
entertainment.
Yes.
So this type of work, this type of change becomes difficult because it's not entertaining, right? I want to move to something else, but that's okay because that indicates the level of evolution that person is at. That's their level of evolution.
That's
And
Tamasic, right?
right, that's the Tamasic level, right?
Right. So to somebody who's Tamasic, if they know like that I'm not going out anymore, they will tell the story that I'm depressed, that I'm not, like, I lost myself.
Right.
And I know I've never been happier in my life. Like I feel like I was when I was 5. Like like I keep a picture of my 5-year-old self because I remember how fun that time was, and I'm back at that time. Like that's how I feel. Very like childish almost, right?
Yeah.
And but to that person, because I'm not going out, I'm not doing what they like to do, like I've lost it, you know?
Lost
And
it.
that's it right there. Like that's such a great point for me, that I was able to have the awareness to look at all perspectives in my life. The things that I thought were wrong were right. I examined it all. Like everything changed because
Yes.
of it. Um, but again, I didn't have that level of awareness when I wasn't really about this life. But when it hit me, it really hit me. So it's like Carl Jung has like this quote. It's a really long quote, but it's like about like your shadow, or your like the darkness. It's not to be separated. Like you're supposed to integrate it. And the more that you feel that that shadow or that darkness is something that you fear, that's where you have to work in. Like that's where you want to spend your time on. And that
Yeah.
could show you more gold than any flowered feel good shit can,
Right. Right.
for sure.
Why? Because we're going beyond the ego and going straight to the essence of these emotions, these feelings. You're really causing the change.
Yeah. And will you look like an asshole or you look dumb? Just go with it. Like you're not always gonna be right. Like you held a belief and people thought you held that belief for a reason or whatever. Like it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. Like get past that, and then right after you get past that, that's when you'll find your real answer for anything. So yeah, that's the type of like little strategy that I've always like that I've like really lived by. I'm always examining what makes me feel uneasy. Yeah.
You're seeing something that's causing that emotional reaction. That's the direction you want to go in. But, like I said, that low tolerance for pain, it causes us to react in running away from it. So instead, we want to go to that flowery feel good shit because it soothes our ego and helps us get through the day, which is just another repetition of yesterday. Nothing
Right.
changed.
Not realizing that you're gonna go through the same thing. So
You didn't uproot it. You didn't uproot the weed. Just put some more dirt on it. Yeah, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. To be able to go back in and take the helm, you know what I'm saying? Take the steering wheel and start to change yourself. And at the same time beginning to reduce the influence that other people are having on you, right? So as I began to clarify myself, I began learning also like I can't trust anybody to do this for me or to help me with this. Everyone else is tamasic. Who I didn't know the word back then, but everyone else is at a very selfish, lower operating state. I can't trust anybody to do this for me. I have to do it on my own. I have to, because if I don't, then no one can. No one will. That's the same way with you. Like no one's gonna be able to do this for you. So no one better to be in the driver's seat. No one
yeah,
else is fit to drive except for you.
right. Oh shit. That reminds me of so last week I told you this. I went up to the White Mountains, and it was my first time doing shrooms in a year. And I don't play with this stuff. Like I don't do it for fun. Like I make sure that if I'm gonna do it, there's an intent behind it. Um, and I had an intention, and I did it, and I felt like I was Neo in the Matrix. So I felt all of this that I studied when it comes to like consciousness and matter. And while I'm tripping, like something said exactly what you just said. Like, like remember, this is you. And as soon as whoever said that, maybe it was myself, like I was listening to music and the songs that I was listening to kept saying the same thing. Like it was all aligning, right? And now, you know, like how you see, like when you're on mushrooms, like you can see like sacred geometry, all these patterns. It's amazing. For me, this message wasn't really, I wasn't really seeing any visuals. It was much more like an internal knowing. That's how this trip felt. It was much more like if I wasn't like in a deep meditative state for hours and hours. And um upon that voice saying, remember, like this, you're the driver. Like you're seeing yourself. Like I'm seeing myself like going through this at that moment. And then then the visual came after I kept feeling that message. And it was almost like, you know, that triangle where the light hits it and then it reflects off as like rainbows.
Yes.
That's what you want to like. For some reason, the message that came through was as if like this is what you want to do. You want to be put in a position where the light can hit you and you can refract a rainbow. That was so deep for me. I almost wanted to like purge. It was powerful. I didn't throw up though. I like calmed myself down, which was great. But yeah, that was it. Like this is me. Everything, like yeah, it's emotional.
I love those experiences. I love the prism. That's what you. I mean, that is what you are. Wow. Your higher self. That's awesome. I met my higher self in a trip as well. Just at, smiling, happy, calm, comfortable, chill, and relaxed. Like I don't remember the exact words, but I got a message that was pretty much, you know, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, because they are you. Everyone is you. You are everyone. Like there's only one being. And I was there in the future, and I had like, it looked like in the background was just all the different memories of my life. Kind of like that movie Click. I get, is it Click? I don't know, maybe. But like there was a bunch, or even The Matrix when he was in that room with all the different versions of himself all over the place. This is, yeah, that's what I saw, and I was just there chilling, dressed in white. I was like, everybody is you, so treat everybody how you would treat yourself. I never forgot that.
Wow.
That was like 2004. Took a while. Eventually, I'll figure out how to time travel and go back in time and tell myself that. I feel like I'm getting close.
Yeah.
Tamasic people. She must be depressed. That's the that's the best their mind can come up with. That's the best answer they can provide.
Yeah.
But that's okay. You know, that again, that reflects their level of development. You know, that just like what he said in this chapter about, like on the first page of this chapter when he was talking about when you expand yourself to perceive these vibrations, you know, we don't really have the faculties to see them as they are. So what we do is we fill in the blanks, basically. And that's what people do. They don't have the data to say, oh, she's undergoing this inner engineering transformation. They don't have the words for that. So the closest thing they can come up with is because they don't want to dwell on it either. They just want a quick answer and keep it moving, right? Oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's a devil worshiper, right?
Right.
Instead of getting offended by that like I used to, I understand now. That's literally they're suffering from a lack of data. That's all the data they have. So even if I were to go and try to educate them, it wouldn't be accepted, because the word education, the root word is educe, to bring forth from within. So if they haven't reached that level within themselves, it don't matter what the hell I say. This is why this type of thing can't be taught to everyone, because to be receptive to this information, you have to have reached a certain level to begin with. Otherwise, all the words that hit your ear and hit your eyes, they're all going to fall by the wayside, except for the ones that you do have an experience with. Because really, we're not learning from these books. We're learning from the experience that the books point to, that the books provide, which is why it's so important to actually do these meditations, to actually work with these mantras. Because you're not learning anything until you get the experience. Otherwise, you're just collecting empty data. And that's called working with the cliff off, working with empty shells.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in there. It's an appearance of a thing. The shell has to be filled with substance, and that's what brings it life. Tales of the Chrysalis. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Way too many synchronicities going on also right now. This conversation, this must be a very special time.
What are you witnessing?
A lot of what you were saying, a lot of people were, seems like we're getting confirmation from. Nuru says, Melissa is on it, man. It's happening. The big it. Felt that. He says, so happy for you, Melissa. That childlike thing. Remember that Jesus said, to enter heaven, you must have the mind of a child. This is being born again. Being born again. Literally.
Literally.
Right? You're recreating
Literally.
yourself from, man.
Thanks, Nuru. Yeah, that's literally how it feels. It's so great. Like, I don't even feel any type of way. Like, I used to have arguments about Christianity when I like let it go back in the day, and now I find myself like, yo, a lot of these like teachings, that this is how I want to be. Like, these are the teachings that, like, no wonder my parents still really believe in this. There's so much truth to it, and I'm not gonna gain anything by arguing and being resistant to something. Like, I might as well find the truth that connects with my truth. And you know what, I've always felt like that with religion.
Yes.
Like, I remember my grandma used to always tell me, that there's many staircases to heaven. There's many different paths. And growing up, like, I always knew that I always had the capability to talk to people from different walks, like different religions, and just understand how they live their lives, and then just connect that, like, see my life and see that they want goodness in life, right? Like, they have these principles, so do I. The cultures might be different, but what matters is that common ground. Like, that's it. Like, the way that I live my life has nothing to do with how you live it, but if we create a common ground, that's the whole point of relating.
Right. I understand why people do it, but it's so weird, like being so wrapped up in concern with how other people are living and what other people are doing. If anything, that's a real indication that you are avoiding your own responsibilities, avoiding your own life.
That's how I think of it.
And there's a massive industry for that, right? Of people paying attention to other people all day long. Celebrity worship and the music industry and all that good stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, as far as the different religions and having an open mind towards them, I felt that way too, and I'm grateful for that as well. One thing about my parents, they didn't like force us to go to church. They didn't force us to, be Christian and spiritual and all that. So I was able to go to church and see, experience it for myself. But at the same time, I was always curious about other spiritual beliefs. I remember from a very young age, I made it my goal to find the connecting line, the linking thread between these different traditions. I knew that there was something that translated across the board. I knew it. I'm grateful that that seed was planted in me, that carried over from wherever it came from.
Right.
So I started, Christianity, Greek mythology, the Egyptian and the Greek mythology, both of those. It's usually one of those you go to first.
Yes.
The Egyptian stuff or the Greek stuff. And just searching and exploring, this is before the internet was really what it is today. Eventually got to the spooky stuff. I jumped into that quick. The book, the Satanic Bible, the Necronomicon, and all this other stuff. I'm grateful that I went through that phase as a youngin', and I'm not going through it now like a lot of people. It's so easy to get stuck there. It's so easy to misconstrue what's being said. And the worst part about it is the unhealed trauma comes out in that phase the most. So now we're using this stuff as, trying to hurt people, basically. Get revenge.
That fact alone is the reason, like, what made me like think about, like, okay, you can't force anyone to be enlightened, and here's why. Think about it. Think about that trajectory. Do you want to be in that trajectory with them? Like, it's not fun. It's not a fun thing to be. Like, you experienced it with yourself. You're gonna have to go through that same trajectory, and you don't even know what's gonna come out of that with someone else.
Right.
Like, that single fact alone is like, all right, I'm gonna chill.
You can't force people to wake up. And even if, like you say, even if you could, you wouldn't want that.
You wouldn't even want that.
They have to go through that phase. Everyone goes through that dark phase. Where right now, I think it starts with Illuminati. There might be two divergent paths because I try to pay attention. You got the Illuminati and the reptilians are coming to eat us. You got that phase. And I see a lot of people get stuck there for a long time. The Freemasons are killing the world. We know that story very well. And on the other side, there's the dark side, the evil, working with demons and spooky and devils. And I'm gonna do curses and hexes. But just like what Maestro pointed out last time, which was amazing, he talked about as he spoke with his father and his worldview, you know what I'm saying, as far as dealing with these secret societies and the Masons are doing this to us and everything. What's really happening is that was just a reflection of how he was raised. That was just a reflection of insecurities and trauma that happened as a child. And that's what's happening here. When people work with this dark side stuff, when people are afraid of the Illuminati and the Freemasons, they're really dealing with something that happened to them as a child. I say dealing with lightly because they're not dealing with it. They're just expressing it now with new names, new words. The abuse of mother and father has turned to the abuse of the government.
Yep. That reminds me of like detoxing and cleansing and healing the body. Like, there's different methods of this that you can find anywhere, and the ones that stood out the most to me are the ones that are super detailed, right? So if your body is uncleansed and you have like parasites, let's say you're doing a parasite cleanse, you're not cleansing, like, after if you're cleansing the parasite and like the parasites leave, they still had a whole life there with babies. So you have to not only cleanse, you have to prepare the body for it to exit. And then you can't just say, oh, I'm done. It's done. Like, let me just eat sugar again. No, you're going to feed the babies, right? You're going to feed that. And then it's going to happen again. You have to go through a process, a month, 2 months, whatever, to really like fast from what is being fed on. And then once it's done, then the nutrients will then you'll pick up on those nutrients, because the thing about parasites is that they eat your nutrients, so you become malnourished. So you have to build, it's a process. Like you literally have to go process. It's not no, hey, like here's a pill for detox, for deworming. No, no. Because as soon as they leave, you still have like this open vessel where another one is gonna grow in, you know? And that's the same thing here. It's the
Yes.
same thing.
Hell, speaking of the cliff off, right? Speaking of the tunnels of Satan, we're talking about the intestines, the guts, parasites, the shells. It has to be cleansed and purged before it can be filled with substance. Again, with the process, it's got to go through. You can't skip, you can't jump over steps, right? Even taking that parasite cleanse, they tell you, or at least the ones that care, they tell you it's best to keep a certain regulation of diet for a certain period of time to ensure that everything happens properly. Like what you said, most people don't think about that. If you have parasites, the cleanse is typically going to kill the adults. They're down there making babies. They're making babies, and their babies are in little eggs that are planted in the walls, embedded in the walls of your guts. So,
Spores.
and
Yeah. And you feel the difference, man. Like
yes,
this is what I love about life. Like you're experiencing this. So do something different and work on it and be consistent so that you can see how it was before and after. You know? Like it's so easy to just see something online that says like this can just get rid of anything and just buy it. Like we've been so conditioned to that. Like we're a byproduct of that era, you know, like
product.
yeah, right. Like, and yeah, I guess like when you understand that, you know, like even your like purchasing power, like like they know how the patterns that you have with purchasing. So they set up certain things so that you can get exposed to it, so that you can continue cementing that reality. Right? Like that's it. Like people can't even get out of like the whole loop of how to like to eat, to be cleansed and eat properly. You know, they're stuck in a loop already. They're still stuck in that loop,
Yes.
you know? And it's so interesting how truth is what everyone copies. It's like there's like this like unadulterated truth, and everyone copies that truth. Everyone copies the truth,
Yes.
right? And like even with music, like even like back in like the 80s and 90s, like the whole point of like let's say rap was to say this message. And then when like gangster rap came out, they had the same delivery, the same kind of like essence, but they were talking about killing people.
Yeah.
So it's like it's truth is exploited. It's always going to be exploited, you
That's one
know?
way to look at it. Or, like what I said before about the metaphor of the seed, what does it do? A seed grows into a tree and it is able to produce other seeds to populate the earth. Now, as far as like, look at them, they stole from us, they're imitating us, right? Yes, but also look at it from another perspective too, another angle. Because while what you're saying is true in the relative sense, it's not true in the absolute sense. In the relative
Right.
sense, yes, they stole it from us. Yes, you know, they're copying appropriation, all that. Yes, that's true in a relative sense. But in an absolute sense, the proliferation and abundance is there to the degree that it has to go into other vessels and replicate itself. What does they say? What is it? The highest form of flattery. Imitation
Imitation.
is, yes, imitation is the highest form of flattery. So if we're able to remove the ego aspect out of it and get your little feelings out of it, I'm not talking to you, Melissa. I'm just, I'm talking to you. We get our feelings out of it. Oh, they did this, da, 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 da. We start to see it from a larger perspective. What is being copied? What is being taken and appropriated and exploited, da, da, da? It is surviving and thriving and growing, and it's reaching more levels now.
Right.
Hey, people don't choose to copy bullshit. They choose to copy what works.
You're right. And what people feel, right? Like with music, like
Yes.
people felt that message,
They
like
resonate.
people, yeah, yeah. It's, but then, relatively, relative, in a relative sense, who has the most resources is going to impact in their own way with their own agenda. And it happened in music.
Right.
It happened. But yeah, that, like what's beautiful about today's age is that now, like, you don't need, in the music industry, you don't need to be signed to a big label anymore, which is so amazing for artists. Like, look at how far it's come. You don't have to do certain things that you don't like. Like, my thing about music, and I love music, like I'm an artist myself. And one thing I never really liked about music is I like an artist and I really like their message. But then by the second album, I'm like, well, like, this is nothing like you. Like, I'm supposed to write it out with you? Like, I don't like this message, And it's because there's something that they have to express for somebody else's agenda. Like, shit like that, like, it's not even about being real. Like, I'm just looking at the patterns, like, and this is just my angle. Someone can have a different angle. Well, yes, they need more record sales. I get it, but as far as I know, like, the beginning of a certain message, if it's felt by the crowd, they're going to emulate that for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's what the business is built upon.
Mm-hmm.
And to be able to see the beauty in it, or to see the good in it, to be able to see the sattvic aspect of it, you'd have to expand, right? You'd have to expand beyond time, because right now it sucks. Right now it hurts. Right now it looks bad. But if you really, this is where faith comes in also. Faith isn't hoping and believing that something's going to happen. That's not faith. Faith is trusting, right? Not out of blind faith. I'm not talking about blind faith. Faith is trusting the process, trusting the reality of things, trusting the patterns that work, right?
Yes.
Having faith in the clarity of these things will allow us to be comforted in the fact that eventually that purity is going to rise to the top and clarify itself. So just say, for example, this whole magic occult stuff, right? As far as I looked, right, I've seen this Vedic information stretch back to 5,000, 10,000 years and beyond. It was as it was, unchanged. Then as more people started coming along, they started to read this information, study this information, and replicate it, turn it into something else. Now we got all this magic and sorcery and demons and spirits and how to do this and astral projection and all the hot shit that we know about today. It has an origin. It didn't start with none of this new stuff. It all had an origin. Even the tarot, even the Goetia. I have found it all in these Vedic texts. I found it all. Like, no one can debate with me because it's not a feeling that I feel. It's not a belief.
Right.
Oh, the Vedics. No, I don't care about that. That's just what I researched. If you find something different, let me see it. And you know what I'm saying? So I can update my catalog. But nobody showed me yet. But this, what I'm saying is, it's evolved now into like the spooky magic stuff and manifestation and all the little feel good fluffy stuff. Even the yoga, for example, straight up yoga has been usurped, and it's the girls in the leggings doing the stretches. That's all you see. But what's happening now is because of all that appropriation and remixing, Look at where we are today. When I talk about yoga, I'm not talking about Karen in her yoga pants that I wouldn't mind seeing doing her stretches. But what we're talking about now is the source. We're talking about this. So, in other words, what I'm saying is, even though things are taken and reformed and reshaped, da 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 da, faith in the essence of truth lets me know that eventually it's going to resurface again as its pure form.
Right, right. I love the way that you put that, like to look at it in a sattvic manner, because it's sometimes it's easy to be like, to just kind of not downplay it, but like, like fuck that, like it's so easy to look at it in like an angry way, because of experiences, like, I mean, like children that like they have this message to go by, and it's not good, if they're exposed to stuff like that, so it can make people feel some type of way. But honestly, the fact that you have this and you can see how they imitate the truth, like that's even like, I'm even grateful to look at it that way. Like the fact that I can look at it that way means I can better manage it.
Yes. Yes.
If
Right.
I still feel that it's like bullshit and I downplay it and like I like vilify it, then I'm under that feeling, under that whim, because it's always going to make me feel some type of way. But there's kids out
Right.
there that don't even know the real, once again, an example of rap, who weren't even alive when real rap, or the beginning, the origins of rap, and they have
Right.
this to go by. But they too have feelings. They too have an intent. They too want to express their essence.
Mhm.
So what are they? Are we just gonna like cancel them? It doesn't work like that.
Right.
You're the driver, right? So it's you manage that.
Yeah, there's a lot of music that's popularized right now that I wouldn't be caught dead listening to just because I consider it garbage. But at the same exact time, I also recognize that, like you said, the people of today, the young folks today, they're passionate about their music. This is all they know. They're doing their best. So I'm not gonna bash it anymore like I used to. I'm not gonna bash it anymore because there's light there. It exists there. It may be that small, but it's their substance there, just not what we're used to. But that doesn't really that doesn't make it any better or worse. It just is, you know.
Right.
That helped me because I used to be one of those guys talking shit about modern music. Ah, man, see, these kids don't know what real music is. A couple years ago, we used to have this artist that they have, or it used to be I remember back when musicians actually used to actually play instruments. They used to have real drum set, real guitar, real bass. Nowadays, y'all just press buttons on the computer, right? There's no point in doing that. Things evolve and change. That's just how it works.
And that's a pattern too. Like when you were younger, all the old folks used to say the same
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
you know?
Same.
Yeah. And I definitely don't want to be like that, because I've definitely caught myself doing the same thing. And it's like, well, I'm not any different than the older folks that used to say when I was younger, you know? Just work with it.
Take the feelings out of the equation. I'm scrolling up here in the chat. Nuru says something very interesting that I didn't check yet. Oh, dang, I think I scrolled past it. Oh, yeah. A sidebar for everyone who is into the physics of light: charge prana right now. There's a geomagnetic storm going on. It's a KP level 7 for the initiated. Powerful magnetic energy flowing in.
Interesting.
What a day. What a day. Today is a very powerful day to invoke, to draw in energy. The planet is being bombarded with magnetic electric storms right now because of coronal mass ejection a couple days ago. Man, these past couple of days have been feeling kind of strange. I'll admit that. Nothing new because every day feels strange, but particularly these couple of days.
What is coronal mass ejection?
Some people call it a solar flare. Oh, corona mass ejection.
That's what I thought.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I mean like the double play on the word
Right,
corona.
right.
Uh-oh. Dang. Oh man. Wow.
So I have a question about mantras. Um when when doing mantras, in the middle of the mantras, if you're if you get distracted and you just start thinking of something else, is it better to just go back and do it all over again?
So if you're doing the mantra and then you get distracted and think of something else,
Yeah,
is it better to go back and start over?
because it happens to me. It definitely happens to me.
So far in my journey and dealing with you guys, dealing with my students and whatnot, I have found that it is imperative to keep a routine and focus on developing the routine. That to me seems to be the most important part right now. So if that means you catch yourself getting distracted halfway through, at least focus, finish it. Because what's happening is eventually you do get better at it. Eventually you're able to hold that focus longer. But what's also happening is you're training yourself to sit down and do it. That's what all of us are missing, right? Is the ability to actually sit down and commit to this. So for that sake, I would say it's good to just continue it. Because if you do it like that and stop and start over, you can easily start to think of that as a punishment, and that will start to make you not want to do it more. I have found in my experience that it's better to push through it until you become very good at it, because it's easier to fall back on that routine that you've already developed instead of having to get yourself out the bed or stop from what you were doing. Oh, I gotta make. Do I have enough time? I'll do it later. It's better to do the mantras and get distracted than to not do it at all.
Or
Even Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati, the author of the book, said that hell, at the time of writing that book, he wasn't able to do one complete mala without getting distracted.
right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think a lot of people need to hear that also, because we're really hard on ourselves,
Mhm.
or some of us are. Some people too easy on themselves.
Yeah,
Do the
I hear
mantras,
you.
I'm just gone. Yeah, I'm already enlightened. Since we are all things, I don't have to meditate. A donkey is all things. Everything is all things. But you don't know that. You just heard that sentence before. You don't know that. There's a difference. Ooh. Society Eject says, Travis, I got a question. Would gospel music be considered a mantra? It seems, well, no, definitely yes. The Christian aspect of worship would fall under bhakti yoga, if done correctly. Now we know we're not talking about that fake stuff where hallelujah and it ain't real. But when you actually are giving yourself into the moment and the praise, that would be considered bhakti yoga. And as far as the gospel music, it would be considered a mantra because fall under that third type though. That third type of mantra that he talks about in the book, and that's the type to do a very specific thing for the mind and for the body. Gospel music usually helps to soothe people or to give them this feeling of faith and just confidence in God and spirit and all that stuff. So yeah, that would be considered the third degree of mantra that he talks about in the book. And most of the gospel songs implement a Bij mantra, don't they? Oh man. Please be seated. Please be seated. Yeah, yoga is universal. It's not limited to Hinduism or India. Like what they have described is a science that applies to everything in existence. To look at it like in as separate from everything else, you're doing yourself a disservice. So yeah, praise and worship in the Christian church that we've been brought up in, that would be considered bhakti yoga, done correctly. Catching the Holy Ghost, that would be representative of tapping into that energy and being possessed by the essence. When you really catch the Holy Ghost, again, not the fake stuff now.
What is the fake stuff?
Have you seen that? Like people that doing it for ego, basically, doing it as an act, doing it to fulfill the ego for everyone that's around. Granted, you probably have to know the person personally to really be sure.
Right. Like I'm thinking about it. Like, would that be because the whole point of that is to get yourself to tap into that energy? Would it work with songs that are meaningful?
It's all about the skill of the practitioner, because
That's what I thought.
truly you can use anything to tap into anything. Truly, right? If you've got strong enough concentration, I have big ass fake diamonds on my desk. They're not real diamonds, but guess what? Might as well be, because the way that I use them in my imagination, I tap into what it represents to me. Now, some people, they have to have real diamonds to tap into that. Likewise, for some people, hearing music with lyrics that are very negative and destructive, for some people, that's going to cause a negative and destructive effect in their lives. But if you know how to reprogram that stuff, you can also use that.
Right.
I like that in the chat. Your real Naga Bleeze says, if you're doing this work, you constantly G-checking yourself, trying to improve yourself. You got to constantly be G-checking yourself.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I wanted an excuse to say that twice. To clarify, Nuru says a coronal mass ejection is a piece of the outer layer, corona, of the sun, sheds and releases that whipping arm of magnetic light at Earth. There's an example of saying, oh, I already know, right? When he said coronal mass ejection and you asked me what that was, I said solar flare. So in my mind, I know that, right? I know what a solar flare is. I've seen that before on TV. But looking again at him explaining that, I didn't consider that because I didn't know that. Oh, I already know that is the worst thing you could say in this game. I know all that stuff, Trav. But what about which demon do I need to summon?
Oh, I know. I know. I know.
Oh, I already know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Godflow93 says, if I get distracted and miscount, I just affirm my higher self was counting them while I engaged in convo with a muggle. Oh, yeah.
What a great way to put it.
Yes. Galact Masters asks, is McDonald's a hamburger? Godflow93 says, big difference between having a realization and having an experience. Most of us are just experiencing spirituality. A realization is a download complete. Amen. Word Life says gospel stole from blues. Gospel evolved from blues. Absolutely. Zaire Anu says she coming in a Honda. I receive it. I receive it.
Mhm.
Okay, Society Eject says, LOL, the fake stuff is basically people running around, jumping over chairs, rolling on the floor just to be seen. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
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 Ooh, okay, cool. So speaking of the sun and coronal mass ejections, uh, Surya being the sun god, we talked about him in this chapter. But Z Rose says Aditya Hridaya Strota is most powerful strotum. It is a song dedicated to the sun deity Aditya. Lord Rama defeated Ravana through this most powerful strota. I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna find that on YouTube. That's good. We're talking about mantras, right? Now would Nuru, thank you. Now would be a good time to do some solar mantras, right? That's how you tap into the energy. When people say tap into the energy, oh, I already know that. No, how do you tap into the energy? Well, the good Swami was telling us that this is a rope. The mantra serves as a rope to pull yourself about that hole. So if there's some, the planets, right? The sun, that represents the astral plane. Astar, that means star, right? So the stuff that's going on here, it's also a reflection of what's going on across the board. In the physical plane, that realm is represented by the heart, right? That's represented by the heart and the things associated with that, metaphorically and also physically. Now, there's an etheric plane in between there. Work must be done in the etheric plane to connect these two. So how do we connect with what's happening in these higher realms? Maybe doing a mantra that relates to the sun deity. Why? Because mantras are vibrations that influence matter, that influence the elements. So if we tap into the vibration that is associated with the essence of what we call the sun, the essence of what we call the solar energy, we tap into the mantra that is associated with that, we're able to connect with it in a very personal way. I'm gonna have to make a PDF of that image there. Thank you, Zero, for that. I'm definitely gonna pick that up.
The
Cool.
Gayatri mantra is also a worship to the sun god, no?
Yes,
I
yes.
think I read that. Hold on.
That also is in this chapter.
Oh yeah, page 28, components of a mantra.
Could you read that part?
Yeah, so there are several components inherent in a mantra. For example, in the case of the Gayatri mantra, its seer is Rishi Vishwamitra, its devata is Surya, and its vehicle is the swan. From the religious perspective, Gayatri may be considered a mantra to worship the sun god, but from the perspective of the science of vibration, it activates the pranas.
And read that next line.
Awakening of the pranas creates alertness, sharpness of mind, and clarity of the senses, all of which can be achieved by chanting the Gayatri mantra.
I know all that, Trav, but how do I tap in? She just gave it to you. Gayatri mantra.
Yeah.
Gayatri mantra. If you can't spell what Zero put in the chat, you can find the Gayatri mantra.
I love that mantra.
Yeah. Om Bhur Bhuva Svaha Tat Savitur Varenyam. I know all that, Trav, but how do I pay for gas? I didn't realize those gas prices until last night. I walked out and saw the gas station. That thing said $4. What? I thought the sign was broken.
Here it's 5.
God bless America.
Mm-hmm.
Great day. Sheesh. Your real Naga Bleeze says, I love feel good music. Me personally, I see it as I'm the person who is singing the song, and I'm also singing the song to myself or higher self is. Yeah. Reflecting that love back to self from self. Yeah, that's good. He says, I appreciate you both for the build. Tales of the Chrysalis says, is there a link for Sis's channel? Is there a link for your channel?
I don't have one
Yeah.
yet. But
Nuru asks,
grateful.
oh, Nero asks, Trav, what is your grandpa's name? I'm going to write it down and light a candle and hold him up to grab this solar highway. It's a perfect day for Gramps to take charge and steer the ship home. His name was Albert. Albert Cooper. Al. And all of his children's names started with Al. I don't know if he was into the science or not, but there was a lot of Al's and L's in that in the generations of my parents and them. Al's and everybody was Al. And of course, that's one of the God names, right? El and Al. If you look on the Tree of Life, we'll see Al and El. Nigga. I love that meme. Oh yeah, and also Nura says, and what day is it? Of course, it's a Sunday, man.
Oh wow. I didn't even think about that.
What is going on? Yo na pracho dayat is Oko. Greetings.
So I still fall asleep to the Maha mantra. And just like 2 days ago, I forgot to put it on. And I woke up as if like I don't remember having a dream or anything, but I woke up like, oh my gosh, the mantra. Like that was the first thing on my mind. Like I've been doing it like every day for like a month and a half now.
Doesn't it start to feel like a part of you, like a part of your life? Like it starts to really get intimate.
Yes.
It no
Yes.
longer feels like, oh, I'm just gonna turn on a mantra. Like it really starts to make itself at home in your being.
Space, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, and I definitely know like in the beginning, like I'm like, how does this work? Like how would this affect me? This is someone else chanting, but
Yeah.
it definitely does, and it helps like overnight for sure. Like I love falling asleep to that sound, to that chant.
I'm really enjoying the one that he does with Durga, the 32 names. He makes it so easy. He does the 32 names 3 times in a row for you. Om Durga.
Is that the same
Durga.
channel?
What do you mean?
Um, well, I do it on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the 5 hour one,
The one I'm
or
talking
is
about
this
is
like the Bihar school?
yeah, Niranjan Ananda does it. He does all 3 of them, honestly.
Okay.
But there's one that he does for Durga. It's like 9 minutes. And it's one of the ones that he's recommended in the previous book.
I have to try that. When I first read The Paths of Poverty and Liberty, um, that's where I got it from, right? The Maha and the Gayatri and the 32 names. of Durga. And I just kept reading it, but that wasn't really working too much for me. So this is really long names. Like I was definitely being hard on myself as well. I'd rather listen to it and then like over and over and by time kind of pick up on the names. But at first I would just like read them off.
It's a start.
Yeah, right.
The Bible says, don't knock small beginnings. Oh, yeah. I'm going to look for that mantra real quick. Do you need me to send you the link for the Swami Niranjanananda mantra?
I would love that.
Okay. I'll post the link for the honestly, I made a playlist that has all of them in it. You'll find in that playlist, I got the Gayatri mantra that I use. There's also the Durga mantra, and there's like 2 videos of him where he does all 3 of them, the Mahamrityunjaya, Gayatri, and the Durga, like all in one sitting. I'll have to find that a little bit later.
Okay.
Durga Tishamani, Durga Padmini Varini. Copy link. Paste link. Is it a prayer emoji or a high five emoji? I always thought it was
Look
a
at it
prayer
as both.
emoji. Well, I guess it could be both. Zaire Anu says, I really try to match the tone of the mantras. I notice I feel a difference when doing this. I catch myself doing that sometimes too. Urvarukamiva Bandanat, Mrichor Mokshia Bandatat, Om Trambakam. I can
I
listen
love
to
it.
that all day. Yajambahe Sugandhim Pushtivadanam.
Sometimes I like make pretend that like I'm still like in a sleeping state because that's what the book says
Yeah.
for that mantra. Like I would have already like woken up and like walked around, but I just get back in there like
I've done that numerous times, especially when like I wake up. Cause see, what I try to do with that playlist that I sent you is I try to time it for how long I'm sleeping, because I'm able to naturally wake up now, which is great. So if I'm gonna sleep for 8 hours, and I put that 4 hour one first, and then pretty much I try to time it to when I'm gonna wake up. And if I wake up earlier and there's like 2 hours of the mantra still going, I'll like wake up and change it to the Gayatri so I can go ahead and finish and then get back in the bed, pretend like I didn't get up.
Yes.
It works for me.
Yes.
Urvarukamiva Bandanat, Mrityomokshiyamamrita, Om Trambakam. Hmm. Hakeem Lamidi says Shiva mantra does it for me. I have bad dreams, but listening to that Shiva mantra, I sleep like a baby. Heck yeah, tapping into that level of consciousness where fear cannot exist. It's another reason to do these mantras. because fear only exists in a state of ignorance, in a realm of ignorance, in a realm of tamas. That's the only place that fear can exist. Fear cannot exist in the higher planes of consciousness. It can't, because with knowledge comes reducing of the fear. Because we're only afraid of things that we're uncertain about or we don't know, or we're clinging to something that we don't want to lose. With more awareness and a more pure quality of consciousness, first of all, we realize that there is nothing to lose because we don't have anything. There's nothing to lose, literally. And second of all, the things that we're afraid of, the knowledge, it's like a light, and we're afraid of shadows. But with the more pure consciousness that we come into contact with, that light shines on those shadows and everything is seen. There's nothing to fear, right? People are only afraid of demons because they don't know what the hell's going on. You don't, all the, I don't get them a lot, but like once in a couple of months, I'll get a comment like, you want to be careful with all this magic stuff. You have no idea the type of things that are released, and you don't understand what can happen. My uncle, it drove my uncle insane one time. You know, like there's always this fear talking, and I have to respond like, I thank you so much for your concern. I'm grateful for that, but I know what I'm doing. I hope so.
And that's even ignorant too, because that's like projecting their experience onto your experience, not realizing that you have your own experience. It's like yeah, you're ignorant to it. You also lack like honor. Like you're not honoring the fact that there's another being that has another experience.
Yes, yes. What we call that compassion? You said about like honoring the fact that another being has its own existence, its own experience. I mean, what can you expect, right? Many humans can't even do that with each other. Good stuff. Good stuff. We got a Canadian connection happening in the chat. Glad you guys are able to find yourselves. There was another guy that I know, at least one other person I know of that is Canadian. I didn't see his name today, so I don't think he's here. Tales of the Chrysalis says too many in the community have been careless with these energies, though. Absolutely, right? And that's like what we were saying earlier about the different phases. A lot of people get into the demon dark side phase before the healing phase, right? So all of that pain and suffering that they've incurred and that they're reacting from is now coming out and expressing through new channels, basically. It's not the entities that are evil, right? That's not the truth. We're talking about the essence and the expression. The essence of these entities, they're pure. They are functions of the universe, right? Gibura is an aspect of the tree that people are afraid of, and Saturn, Bina, because that has a lot to do with limitation and slicing away what is unnecessary. Severity, people are afraid of that, but you have to understand that's a necessary thing. Is that more scary than having cancer? Because cancer would be on the opposite side of Gibura, Chesed, which would be an overabundance, overpopulation, things that accumulate and expand very rapidly. That's the essence of Chesed. Now, while we usually want to think of that as money, that's anything that expresses in that way, which includes cancer, right? Cancer is when those cells begin to overpopulate and do that. You need the gibura of the surgeon's scalpel or laser to remove that, right? So it's not the entities themselves that are evil, it's the people who haven't done the work of inner purification, of non-attachment, of facing themselves, right? Instead of facing themselves, they want to hurt people. Instead of, they want to hurt the woman that broke their heart or the man that broke their heart. They want to get a little doll and stick a bunch of needles and shit, They want to do all that instead of going within and saying, asking the question, why am I hurt? What hurt about this? Why am I still hurting? What can I do to fix this? Because even if you stick little pins and needles in the doll, the pain hasn't gone away. At worst, you're going to continue to do that and continue to hurt people and accumulate terrible karma. Because here's the thing.
Continue that karma.
Here's the thing, and this it even says this in Initiation into Hermetics and also the Kabbalion. The Kabbalion talks about how, if you fall, you get back up. But woe to him who learns this information and reaches a super high height. The fall of that person is way worse than the fall of an ignorant person, because you literally know better, right? The karma of the physical plane when you're unconscious, it doesn't belong to you in the first place, but it's happening at a very natural pace. When you start working with energy and take this thing to the etheric plane, the waves are now stronger, more intense. So if you begin to cause suffering to people based on magic, the effect is going to be more powerful than you were to just do it blindly or unconsciously as an animal-minded person. Not because it's good or evil, but just it's cause and effect, cause and effect.
Right.
You go to the astral plane and, assuming that you would know how to do that. You go to the astral plane and cause somebody harm, there has to be a response to that. There has to. And it's going to be of a greater magnitude than you want to endure. Unless before that time, you understand what non-attachment means and detach from that wave before you get hit by it, which is possible. But if you're out here doing that kind of stuff in the first place, you probably got a long way to go. So it's best to just not do it. Better to face yourself than to try to hurt somebody that is representing a problem that you've externalized.
That's why it's hidden, right?
That's one of the main reasons. The other reason it's hidden is because most people are tamasic, right? They're too dense to even see it. This information has been out since day 0. And I don't hear nobody talking about it. Unless they got shaved bald heads and look like this. Greetings, Veronica. How are you today?
Hi, Travis. Actually in a train station right now. How are you?
Doing good.
Can you guys hear? Okay.
Doing good. Society Eject says Alice Coltrane has some good mantras. She studies under Swami Satchidananda Saraswati. Alice Coltrane. Love, love, love says blessings and gratitude to you, Trav, for creating this space. Thank you. Nura says, Trav, thank you for being a beacon. So grateful. I just lit a candle for Grandpa. Al, the all, ha. Sending him gratitude and light for your presence in our lives. Thanks, Al. We see you right here. Talking about that rise and that fall, Court Singh says that's a devastating fall. Once you know better, you're held accountable. Yeah, and here's the thing: you're holding yourself accountable. Your higher self is holding yourself accountable, not like a mystery God. The higher aspect of self is holding yourself accountable. Because here's the thing: like as you learn this knowledge, you begin to have more clarity. But the thing is, you have to willfully ignore it. To still be behaving like that, an aspect of your awareness is willfully ignoring for you to continue to behave like you were before you got this information. So when he said that you're holding yourself accountable or you're being held accountable, it's true. That higher aspect that you contacted within yourself is now holding you accountable. It's saying, okay, this manifestation of myself has more learning to do. And so the lesson is learned. It's not about punishment and reward, it is about cause and effect. The Tales of the Chrysalis says, I've gotten that message recently. Karma, the one law you can't bribe, buy, or get around. Amen. Wow. Society Eject says, yes, I was in meditation and I was working on compassion, and a vision came up when my dad told me about when he forgave his brother's killer. That was a good lesson for me to let shit go. That's a level of non-attachment, right? Most people would not be able to do that. They would look at you and say you crazy for that, right? Forgive him. I met so many people who just can't wrap their head around forgiveness because they equate the word forgiveness with what's the word? Agreeing to the act or condoning it. They equate forgiveness with condoning. That's not what forgiveness means. Forgiveness doesn't mean that it was okay that it happened. Forgiveness is personal. It's about you. And it is about no longer allowing that thing to have an influence over you as dramatically as it does. That's what forgiveness is about. You're letting it go. You're not allowing it, letting it pass like it was okay. No, because you're still suffering from it. Until you learn forgiveness, you are suffering. That person, they may or may not be suffering. I'm sure you guys have been. I've been done wrong by somebody who didn't feel bad about it at all, right? They didn't give a damn. I'm waiting for them to feel bad. No, they moved on to the next victim. It's not how it works. So forgiveness isn't about them, it's about you. That chakra shooting, man. I might have to make a class on just chakra shooting. As powerful as that meditation is, great day.
Chakra shooting is the truth.
Yes.
It's a hard meditation too.
Yeah.
It's a very hard meditation.
It can really train, starts to train your concentration. That's one of the reasons why I like it, because it really trains you to learn how to hone and hold your concentration, but it also allows you to purify those energies that are circulating within you. It's a lot like a drainage system or, just a system of pipes and tubes and stuff, but it's mostly clogged. And chakra shuddhi helps us to purify those nadis, those channels, so that the prana can flow freely. And we can really deal with this science like it should be dealt with.
Right.
All right. Meta Netta says, okay, tonight's a good night for altar work. Absolutely. Absolutely. Crazy Eight says every night is a good night for altar work. True. Ooh, Keaton Chavez says something really key. Forgiveness is more like internal justice versus external justice in the world. Internal justice. I like that. Pablo X69 says, I forgive you, Trav. Tales of Chrysalis asks, I'm curious if these mantras work with any other modalities like angel work. One thing to understand is that this information is so powerful. Not only does it not matter what else you're working with, what you're working with, 99% likely came out of this information. So the answer would be yes. This is why this science is compatible with everything else, because everything else that I've seen now is an expression of this essence. So you can everything includes mantras, right? Even the goetic spirits. How do you work with the goetia? You got to use the sigil and you got to chant the N, the goetic N, right? Mantra and yantra. Even the goetia is based on this stuff, man. More specifically, if you check out the Soundarya Lahiri, I'm pretty sure that's where the goetia came from. I'm pretty sure that's what inspired the goetia. So yeah, the answer is yes. They absolutely work with angel work. Amen. Banur says, forgive and you be forgiven. It's a karmic law. Absolutely. That's another aspect of it. Hmm. Tales of Chrysalis says, thank you. That goes with my sense that it's all about the frequency. Absolutely. And you're talking about angels. I mean, just to really look at it, that's what angels are. They are specific frequencies that uphold the major frequency. And that's a lot of what some of the esoteric aspects of the Kabbalah is about. These archangels and these angels, they represent resonances. They might as well be intelligent, but they represent specific set of vibrations that do not change. Standing wave, I guess it's called. Nuru, you might have to correct me on that. But there's a certain kind of vibration that it sustains itself, right? That is represented by what we call angels, what we call archangels. They're not people in the sky with wings. They're literally vibrations that we tap into. And to be quite honest, mantra is angel work if you look at it like that. He's saying here that mantra is a science of vibration that influences the elements. That's what mantra is. The angels and the archangels are vibrations that influence the elements. How do we tap into them? How do you tap into any spirit? Mantra and yantra. Man, look, by the end of this year, I don't know if I'll be able to make any more videos because it's all out now. Like this is the answer to
Yeah,
everything.
I was saying that, I was thinking about that. You really give so much information, man, that if we don't understand it, and I don't know what the hell we're doing, wasting the time. I mean, it's so much information out there, guys. And then Travis just put the last piece of the soup. You know, it's already there.
Beautiful. Court Singh says, I did a calling for Dantalian last night. We'll see how it go. Awesome. Awesome. Fear not. Be not afraid. I'll put in a good word for you. T Do says, I noticed when I be simple in my spells, they work well. What makes my spells more potent? Well, that's the thing. Like, complexity in a way is what kind of ruins it if you don't understand what you're doing. The reason for the long drawn out complex rituals, ceremonial rituals, is that it was intended to put the conscious mind into a state of submission, a receptive state. The long drawn out rituals with the robe and the candles and this and that and the third, that's meant to cause the conscious mind to submit to the subconscious mind because it's very symbolic. You're doing a lot of symbolic gestures and you're replicating cosmic patterns. In the Golden Dawn book, the big thick one, the chapter on the on the rituals, it's talking about all these rituals are simply you're enacting a cosmic pattern on the physical plane. So in doing that physically, the conscious mind is taking a back seat while the subconscious mind plays with these symbols. But if you don't understand that and you're just putting on all these robes and buying all this stuff and doing all this stuff, you're it's based on ego. You're doing it because that's what you think magic people do. It's the same thing as going to church and running around, jumping over the tables and doing backflips and screaming and saying it's the Holy Ghost when actually you didn't catch the Holy Ghost. You're acting. That's the same thing with doing these complex rituals and not understanding the point. So the simplicity of the ritual, it's basic, right? There's something that you need, and you're employing a method to get it. That's as simple as that. You don't need more than a candle, and really you don't need anything. But honestly, you can just get a candle, sit down, and close your eyes, or maybe stare at the candle until you go into alpha state, putting the conscious mind into submission, and attempt to connect with the essence of the thing that you're asking for or that you're trying to influence. Man. Amin Banur says sacred geometry is also related to the angels. Geometry is dancing music, says Plato. Absolutely. Absolutely. Court Singh says, LOL, all this stuff being connected is blowing my mind. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I don't remember that song. If anybody remembers what that song is, please tell me. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Society Eject says Travis giving it to us raw. I gotta be careful about that. So I got my first son. Papa butts. Tito says, so put your mind in alpha state for potency. Yes, yes. Because otherwise, like I said, the conscious mind is still very active. And what it's gonna do is it's gonna negate the behavior of the subconscious mind. So the same way that you're reading about magic or watching a movie and you're like, that's cool, but that can't happen in real life. Now you're fighting, right? What has to happen, what the point is, the subconscious mind has to be in alignment with the conscious mind. The only way for that to happen is if the conscious mind is at a state of stillness, in alpha state, in a receptive state, in submission to the subconscious mind. Otherwise, if the conscious mind has the leg up, it thinks it's running the show and it's going to try to dictate what's going on. It's going to put labels on things. It needs an answer today. It needs it. So until you're at the point where you've trained your conscious mind to be receptive to the subconscious, and I don't know if you're male or female, but a lot of male-minded people have an issue with that. More of an issue than a female person would. So again, this is why these rituals help, because it starts to train you that there's a conversation going on in the universe at all times. There's always a conversation going on, but the conscious mind tries to rewrite it. You look at the clock and see 11:11. The conscious mind is going to say, oh, it's just a coincidence. It's not. I don't believe in that stuff. But you clearly just saw it. The conscious mind is going to see something happen and you're going to explain it away. So the conscious mind has to be put into a state of submission to the subconscious. Ankh Shield asks Trav, what is a good first book to understand the Goetias before working with them? Um, right now, a good book for you would be the same one that I've been mentioning for years, which is Demons of Magic by Gordon Winterfield. That book is good because it, if you don't understand, it helps you employ the art of mantra and yantra. Demons of Magic has the sigil of the spirit, it has the mantra for the spirit, and it also gives you 5 different keys to tap into. It gives you something to visualize, something to hear, something to taste, something to touch, and something to smell. So you're tapping into 5 senses, 5 expressions to reach the essence of that spirit. So Demons of Magic to this day, for me, has been the best book on learning how to work with the Goetia. For that reason. Clean instructions. And it doesn't have all that convoluted extra stuff that all the other Goetia books has. Not all, but most. Ooh. Nuru says, yes, Trav, that standing wave has many names. One is the Agni, from the practice of Agni Hotra, is the standing wave, eternal flame, the fire that does not consume. Some physics call it a soliton. Golly, that's cool. Because isn't aren't no, I'm thinking of the jinn. They're said to have been constructed from the smokeless fire and flame. That would make sense. Tales of the Chrysalis says, very seldom am I called to do grand rituals outside of crystals and herbs. My life is my most potent ritual. I am becoming the altar. Yes, you're the temple. Your body is a temple. But my body's telling me yes, baby. Mhm. Court Singh, that's crazy. I just saw an old dirty bastard meme on Facebook. Apparently his grandfather was like, or actually ODB was the last of a certain tribe of Native Americans, or at least the great grandson of a chieftain of a tribe. I don't remember which one it was. Greetings, Sunshine Chick, Tim McGraw. Oh, yeah, I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Tim McGraw. Now I'm going to find the official song. Nuru says, when you build that Agni standing wave of light, it grows. This is alpha, samadhi. And if it ascends the spinal fluid to the pineal, it explodes through the pineal kundalini, connecting you to forever. Okay, there's a good question. Rich Nika asks, let's say you're in meditation and you visualize something by accident that you don't want. Can that conscious negation help stop that from manifesting? Well, here's the thing. Once you start to enter that realm of subtlety, once you begin to take your awareness out of the physical and into the etheric, which is where your meditation is happening, um, the visions that surface are there. They're in your subconscious mind. They're there. So what we have found in our meditations in my class is that when we get really deep into meditation, memories begin to pop up, visions begin to pop up, all manner of things begin to pop up. That is a manifestation of your prana moving through these channels, specifically through some of these channels that may be clogged or blocked up. And it's going to cause to come to the surface the things that are blocking that channel, right? Now, it is it's a karma because you're attached to it. The essence, right? That's what there's an essence there that your prana is coming into contact with, and that's going to express itself as a vision. Doesn't mean the vision is true or untrue. So here's what I teach my class. Here's what we talked about. Here's what we tested in order to get past that phase. You don't react to it, right? This is you could consider it a test, but the important thing to get past that obstacle is to not react to it. There's visions that come up. That doesn't mean they're going to come true. If all your visions came true, we'd be in a very scary place. The thing about that is when you experience visions and scenes and stuff like that that make you, that you want to avoid, resist that urge to avoid. Go through it. Go through it. Allow it to pass out of your system. Because like I said, it's a blockage. When you let it pass out of your system, then it's gone for good. But as long as you react to it, you keep it there. Whether you enjoy it or you want to run away from it, you keep it there, right? I had all kind of visions. I had a vision of something that I thought was about to happen, and it started to scare me a bit. I wanted to break meditation, go grab my phone and go do something about it. But I had to remember what I was doing. I was doing a meditation. I said, okay, well, if this is still a serious issue by the time I finish, then I'll deal with it. And I got through the entire meditation. And it wasn't true. Paranoia was surfacing because there was something that was blocking the pranic flow. And it was surfacing because the pranic was getting through it. So don't react. Don't react. That's the answer. If you react to it one way or another, you're continuing the karmic pattern. You're continuing it to echo, right? The way that you get it out of your system is letting it pass out of your system. You don't have to do anything about it. Amen Banur says, did you hear about NLP, neuro-linguistic programming? It is the modern scientific way of ritual magic. That sounds really interesting. I wouldn't mind if you filled me in about, what'd you call it, NLP? Yeah, that looks really interesting. Thank you, Stray Panther. He was a member of the Blackfoot Indians, ODB. No, Shinnecook, unless that's the same thing. I remember seeing Shinnecook. Yeah, that was it. Mm-hmm. MC Maestro says Agni is the synthesis point of force and form. Yes. Yes. Tiferet. The synthesis point of force and form. Standing waves. Angels. Hmm. Yes. Yes. MC Maestro says just like Luke seeing visions in Dagobah. He reacted and it came true. Society Eject says, yes, don't react to it. Become a witness of the situation. Don't attach to it. Right, that's the answer. What you talking about, Willis? Petricold Mountain says, don't react to it. Okay, but for how long? Because it still comes back later. I can watch it pass and my mind says, oh, look, you've been not reacting for 1 hour now. Finally, I did it. Now I can do that thing. Yeah, you continue to non-react to it until it passes out of your system. Non-attachment. And you have to be honest with yourself. Are you non-reacting to it, or are you reacting to it and saying that you're not? But you allow it to come out of your system until it's out of your system. That is the only way to neutralize these things. If you react to it with craving or aversion, which are the only two other options, running towards it or running away from it, if you do it that way, you're continuing it. You're proliferating it. You're allowing it to exist, and you're feeding it essentially. But if you become the witness, non-attachment, it runs out of fuel. It exhausts itself. You feed it fuel when you run towards it or when you run away from it. But when you practice non-attachment, it begins to exhaust itself. Now that may take 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 months, but that's the answer. I know this from experience. I know this from testing. I know this from other people's experiences, and it just makes sense.
I have a follow-up question for that.
Yes.
So running away from it and then reacting is essentially the same thing. If the
Yes.
thought comes up, is it that you're just supposed to accept that it came up?
You don't have to do anything. So the mind, the active mind, is a part of matter. We have the tendency to be active about it. Consciousness doesn't do anything whatsoever. When they talk about the silent witness, we're heading towards the receptive aspect of mind. And beyond that is pure consciousness. So it's not so much about accepting or denying. It just is. What we begin to learn as we get deeper and deeper into an understanding of this knowledge is that there's a whole lot less of an active component than we really thought. When I got into this, I'm thinking, oh, I can control the world, I can control people around me, I can control everything. That's false. That's ego. What I've actually learned was there's no point in me trying to do any of that. I'm barely here. Right? Like this is already, everything is doing its thing. My work is distancing from that. Not in a way that I'm running from it, but I mean distancing as an expansion, expanding beyond it. So in other words, like when it comes to things that I need, now that I've expanded to a point where I can connect with the vibration of what I need, and as long as I exist in that vibration, it manifests itself. Now, I'm not saying I stand here and cross my fingers and hope for stuff to happen, but I don't have any doubt that what I need will not be supplied. I know it will, because I'm connected with the source of all these things. I'm connected to it, right? The same way I know that I'm looking at this camera and it's feeding through the internet, we're talking, like, I don't have to question that. I see it. Likewise, I'm not questioning the basic stuff. And I'm not talking about money, right? Because I've learned to be this way with a full bank account and a negative bank account, right? I've learned how to be this way in both experiences. So it's not the manifestation I'm talking about. I'm talking about the essence of that thing. Because even with that negative bank account, all bills paid, fridge full, right? Everything I needed, it manifested itself. That was a part of a different type of karma that was happening. So that there's the active component that we're used to is even something that we're not even in control of. So to answer your question, there isn't much of anything you have to do about it. I love it. Where attention goes, energy flows. Thank you, Tito. Craving and aversion produces the same effect because you're feeding attention to it. Ooh. So look at these two comments. Nuru says, it might surprise you that as you get deeper and deeper in meditation and union with the all, the stillness, slowing begins to take over. Beta slows to alpha, slows to theta, then delta, then Shiva. Amen Banur says, this from Crowley is about demons. If then I say with Solomon, the spirit Simiurus teaches logic, what I mean is those portions of my brain which subserve the logical faculty may be stimulated and developed by following out the processes called the invocation of Simiurus. What book is that from? Is that from the Crowley book with Lon Milo Duquette? Amen Banur? Solomon promises us that we can obtain information, destroy our enemies, understand the voices of nature, obtain treasure, heal diseases, etc., etc. Yes. Sounds like what mantras can do also, huh? Ooh, that's all good information. I'm gonna have to copy and paste that, dude. Yeah, let me know what book that's from. Regarding obtaining information, he says, brings up facts from the subconscious regarding destroying our enemies. He says, here we come to an interesting fact. It is curious to note that the contrast between the noble means and apparently vile ends of magical rituals. The latter are disguises for sublime truth. To destroy our enemies is to realize the illusion of duality, to excite compassion. There are no enemies, right? That's what I've been saying. Number 3, understand the voices of nature. A careful naturalist will understand much from the voices of the animals he has studied long. Even the child knows the difference of a cat's mauling and purring. The faculty may be greatly developed. Awareness, huh? Number 4, obtain treasure. Business capacity may be stimulated. Number 5, heal diseases. Abnormal states of the body may be corrected. And isn't that like a down-to-earth, much better explanation of the Goetia than just like this strange magical creatures in another dimension? Yeah. Please share that book with me because I'd like to know where you got that from. I ain't never heard Crowley write that clear. Peace Tales, the Chrysalis. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for your donation. Thank you, Caesar. Thank you as well. Petra Cold Mountain says, so letting it pass is not the same as not engaging in it all day, right? Because my mind is tracking the time, so that's still attachment, right? Absolutely. If you're tracking the time, then you are engaged with it. Because what are you doing? What are you tracking the time of that thing? So you're engaged with it. Gotta let it go. Do something else. me make sure I have that book because, I'm going to screenshot it just in case I don't have it before it floats away. Cool. Thank you for sharing that information. I will become an unboxing champion. Okay. All right. So I think that today was a great session, an odd session because there was a lot of subtle energies behind our discussion. And I saw quite a few new people in the chat and they all seemed to be vibing with what we were talking about. That sneeze almost caught me. Okay, Goetia by Crowley. Yeah, is it the version with Lon Milo Duquette? Because I think there's like 3 versions of that book. I have the one by Lon Milo Duquette. Whatever version that is, I want it. Like within 2 days, Amazon Prime style. So please let me know. I could also Google what you typed. That would help. Stray Panther says, finally finished my malas. Oh, so you were actually making, you said that you were making one, right? Scroll back up. So I saw that you mentioned something about your malas. Yeah, remaking a set of mala beads. Okay, cool, cool. Congratulations. I think it's time for me to do that also. Yeah, I think I might order a set of Rudrakash and make my own. That'd be a cool little thing to do, honestly. Maybe bling it out. We should have never gave you niggas money. Uh-oh. All right. So let's see. Okay, the Goetia Lesser Key of Solomon, the King, the Megaton, Book 1. Book 1, edited by S.L. McGregor Mathers, Aleister Crowley, Hyman Beta. Okay, thank you, Society Ejects, because I do not have that version. But I will in 2 days, Amazon Prime style. I heard that somebody was writing a Goetia book and maybe even teaching it in video format. I don't know who the heck was doing that, but it sounds pretty cool. It's me. I'm the guy.
Travis.
They finally got me to do it, Veronica.
Yeah.
I want to see Maestro talk me into it last week. I've been thinking about it. I want to have it ready by June so that I can like unleash it at the conference. That way everyone who comes gets a copy. Well, it's not everyone who comes, but will be able to get a copy if they want one. That's going to be my goal. Yeah, I'll do it. I got plenty of time. I can do that. Loquacious Secrets by Travis Mages. The underground playbook of summoning spirits to do thy bidding. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. That's Bobby Hemmett if you don't know. Make sure. S.O. McGregor Mathers, Megaton Book 1. Man, life is good. Life is good. It's good. Cool. All right, don't get distracted. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. Check. Yeah, Society Eject says, yo, name your book. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. That's the title. That's the title. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head by Travis Mages.
Mic drop.
Yeah, mic drop.
Dude.
Oh man, there was one lecture. The one lecture my brother saw and was telling me about. Bobby was going off and he didn't feel like anybody was paying attention. Is anybody out there listening to me? Oh man, you do not want to have to say that in your lecture. Is anybody out there listening to me? That's a cold feeling, boy. But you know, he was dropping the heat at the time when people weren't as sensitized to the information yet. We were still very Tomasic, right? Literally because of the work that he did, we're able to be doing this now. A lot of people hero worship Bobby, but in all honesty, he really, really had a major, major impact. Not just in the way that most people think. The amount of information he brought to the table on this subject matter with the books to back it up, right? You have not seen anybody else do that. This man brought so much info with the books to back it up, and he read the books, and he's teaching out the books like an actual scholar, not a YouTuber. That type of dedication, that type of work changes the game because, I mean, hell, the people that he was bringing that info to, we didn't have any awareness of this, and we were scared of it. It was the devil. That all this right here was lumped in as the devil. That's the devil. So Ashe to Bobby. Ashe to Grandpa Al. Ashe to all ancestors known and unknown. MC Maestro says the message was for another time. Yeah. Peace out, Caesar. Have a good evening. The devil is melanin, and he taught melanin, says MC Maestro. Petricold Mountain asks, awareness is action, right? No, not necessarily. You can be aware of action. You can be aware of the sound. You can be aware of the sight. You can be aware of the smell, aware of the taste. Action is not awareness, though. Hell, awareness might actually be not quite the opposite, but you know, Awareness is a function, but it's not action. Society Eject says, is Bobby going to be the special guest in Atlanta? I'm not allowed to say. Is anybody out there listening to me? 30 years later, we were listening, Bobby. 30 years later. All right. Was there any aspect of this book that you think we missed? At least of this chapter? I think it was really cool at this part on page 31 where he's talking about misunderstanding mantras. That made something click for me right there. The Om Namah Shivaya mantra, he broke it down to where your awareness can be located while you're doing that mantra, how each point was related to a chakra point. So instead of just saying Om Namah Shivaya, your awareness is going to each one of these chakra points. Om, third eye, Nama, stomach chakra, Shi, throat chakra, Vai, genital chakra, Ya, heart chakra. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. That's what you're doing in mantra repetition. It took me a while to get it down because that was a lot. In doing it, you quickly realize, like, well, damn, this is a lot of up and down. It's probably something I should have added. But anyways, I would highly recommend working with that. If Om Namah Shivaya is a mantra that you want to do, work with training your awareness to move with the syllables. Om for the third eye, Nama for the stomach, Shi for the throat chakra, Vai for the genital chakra, Ya for the heart chakra. Up, down, up, down, up, up, down, up, down. See what that does. See what that does. Test it out. Circulating prana. See what kind of effects that has on you. Hep Rose SS God asks, is semen retention the key to higher consciousness? It can certainly help. It can certainly help. You know, the most important aspect of that, I would say, is learning discipline and self-control. That would probably be the most effective part out of that. Now, there are some biological things that happen too, sure. But depending on your level of expansion, results may vary. Now, as human animals in the world that we're in today, we are conditioned to need to circulate that energy, right? So if it isn't done with the proper understanding, you can actually do more harm than good because you're actually denying yourself necessary circulation. But it depends. It depends on your personal level. It's not something that I'm going to recommend on my channel, but you know. Everybody all right? Everybody okay? All right, let's move on. See, Maestro says, Trav, you forgot the melanin in the chapter. Yeah, I might have to do a whole chapter on melanin. Melanin, dedicated to Bobby. Open it up with a Bobby Hemmett quote. That's how we'll do it. That's melanin.
I wonder what they tell to you when they see you, man.
Who?
So, Bobby, what's his name?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's even watching YouTube and stuff, I don't know. That is a good question. I wonder. There's a lot of stuff going on. Maybe he's just watching I don't know. I wonder what he's doing. I'm not going to assume that he watches my content, though.
You never know. There are people out there that they listen to you and they listen to him, and they might be having contact him as long as, you know, they contact you, they contact him. You never know.
Namah Shivaya. Oh my God. I found something really cool. I'll paste it. Now I can be professional. Next level. Greetings. Okay, all right. Let me just do one more check run through just to see. Also, the 3 different types of mantra practice, which is saying it verbally out loud, whispering it, saying it under your breath, and also doing it mentally. He said, and then there's a 4th category, which is transcendental, but he didn't include it here for obvious reasons because most people aren't going to be able to worry about that. He says that the most common form of chanting is verbal, but he also says mental chanting is the best, provided that you can hold your awareness constantly throughout. So again, that's emphasizing the importance of being able to train your awareness and train your concentration to be in one spot for an extended amount of time. So mental chanting is the best way to do it, but it will take practice. See, Maestro says I had the blue book on Kindle, but I had to buy that paperback. I had to buy the paperback and the hardback because they're the hardcover is an updated version with more information in it. That person would be my representation of Chesed, of a Chesed avatar. That's who I use to tap into Chesed. For real, for real. And then you guys go to talk about Chesed. Bobby Emmett returns. Oh, the Bible talks about the beast, the dragon, false prophet, the dark side trinity. All right. Well, I think that's good. I think that's enough. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for reading this book. Thank you for studying this book. If you haven't been able to tell by now, I mean, this stuff can certainly change your life. When you start playing with pure vibrations, it begins to manifest purity in your experience. So read the book. Read the book, learn this information. You already know. Either you're here to do it or you're not, period. Oh yeah, by Phoebe says, do you remember when Bobby used to list off the Rajas, Gunas, Tamas, Ojas, Kalas, and the Shaktis? I swear there was more. Yes, look, Bobby was talking about all this stuff. He really was. He really was. He was getting, before he stopped, he was getting closer and closer in the Vedic information. He was talking about the Rig Veda. That's the only reason I even know what the Rig Veda is from Bobby. He was tapping into this info too. Even Bobby was led to this direction, right? All roads lead back to this place. So far, I didn't finish the journey, so who knows? Maybe there's something behind it. But as far as where I am right now, I see that everything that I've studied connects back to here. Now, there are other paths for sure, but from what I've studied, I continually trace its roots back to this Vedic information. Dark side trinity, third eye, which is melanin. Check. Okay. All right. Whew. All right. So next week we're going to do chapter 3. Chapter 3. Be sure to read it. And we will continue our study of volume 1, Kabbalistic Guide, a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism. We're going to do the next couple of chapters as well. All right. So is there any parting words?
Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Thank you for being here. You're amazing.
Thank you. You too. Have a great
Thank
night.
you, Travis. Have a good night. Good night, good night, guys. See you
Have
soon.
a good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
And I guess that's that. Everybody enjoy yourselves. Have a good night. There's no reason not to, regardless of what's going on outside. Your reaction to that outside experience is what leaves an impression in the subconscious mind. So choose to have a good night. Choose to have a good time. Choose to be happy. Choose it. It's a choice. This was a good session. As usual. As usual. Yeah. And you don't stop. All right. Well, everybody have a good evening. I'm about to clock out and hit them digital streets. Probably get on some Fortnite. Maybe some Population 1. Amen Banur says, as a suggestion, it will be great if you can plan a meeting season on Clubhouse to give the opportunity to the members to participate actively in the discussion. I haven't used Clubhouse yet. As far as I know, I thought it was iPhone only. Nuru says, transmute that sun energy tonight, y'all. Very key. Very key. Get on the sun mantras. Get on the sun meditations, the sun focus. Now is the time to tap into that. Right now. Matter of fact, before I hit the digital streets, I'm gonna hit me some sun mantra, some solar meditation. All right. Well, peace to everybody. Have a good night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with OVX777. I love you guys.